back onto the record, and we have a new court reporter with us today. So you have place cards in front of you. She can look at those names, but if you so desire, you may want to state who you are and help the court reporter out. I remind the witnesses that you're still under oath, and we will continue with cross-examination. Mr. Freeman.
Commissioner, this is Will Freeman with the public staff. We wanted to provide the commission with a brief update. We will be taking out of order 3 public staff witnesses. Mr. Thomas will be available tomorrow. The PIMS panel will be available tomorrow, and Mr. Walters will be available tomorrow.
Okay, and with Mr. Walters, is he an out-of-state witness?
He is an out-of-state witness flying in from Missouri, I believe, Your Honor.
Okay, and tomorrow, are you planning to do Thomas, Pims, and then Walters? Or do you want to move Walters to the beginning to make sure that we get through with him? Because as you remember, we're ending early tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I appreciate that. Yes, I would like to. I think we should take him first. Thank you.
Okay. And actually, before we begin, are there any other preliminary matters?
Yes, good morning, Commissioner Duffley. I did just want to let the commission know that this morning, SIGFR 3 filed a motion to excuse SIGFR 3 witness Brian Collins.
Okay, thank you, and we will address that at the appropriate time.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Freeman?
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, panelists. This is Will Freeman. I'm a member of the public staff here on behalf of the using and consuming public. Thank you for coming back this morning. I'd like to talk sort of about 3 large topics with y'all. If you can we can have a conversation about them. So please jump in and let's see if we can discuss these issues together. You'll recall in our discussions with Dr. Morin this week that last month, a few weeks before he filed testimony, he thought a 10.4 return on equity was appropriate for utility in Arizona. And then we know that he'd also found a 10.4 was appropriate for the South Carolina DEP. And so when I reflect on the state of the laws in Arizona and South Carolina, they're not as favorable as North Carolina's. And I recall that there was a map that the company submitted as a late filed exhibit. And it demonstrated that both South Carolina and Arizona didn't have as good alternative rate making statutes as we do, as good commissions. So I guess my question is, we've got these states with more risk on utilities, and yet the company is still seeking the same ROE here. Its expert is still seeking the same ROE here as it did in these more risky states. So can we talk about why North Carolina shouldn't get a lower ROE to address this sort of, we're less risky than those 2 states.
So I think I would say neither one of us is the ROE expert in terms of CAPM and the models. But I will, I can't speak for Dr. Morin, but I heard him in the DEP hearing for the first time saying that he would differentiate ROE based on this issue. And prior to that, I thought his opinion is that we should not. And so I can't speak for Arizona, but if it is his opinion and it's the ROE expert's opinion that if a state lacks alternative rate making, that it should have a higher or an adder on the ROE, then we will consider that in the future.
Have you thought about a decrement in this case to reflect the fact that North Carolina has less risk on utilities?
So we have thought about it and read your testimony, but I think I reflect specifically in my rebuttal testimony, but also in my direct testimony, that there is nothing unusual about North Carolina when compared to the proxy group. And so to have a decrement to the proxy group when the proxy group, I think I had went through each of the proxy groups in rebuttal and in the DEP case, and all of the companies have some sort of alternative rate making in place. And so I don't think a decrement is warranted. I think if you look at the map that you referenced, there's very few states that don't have some form of alternative rate making in place. And so I think that plus this commission has ruled in 2 water cases and in the DEP case now that a decrement for alternative rate making or for multi-year rate plans is not warranted because it is included in that proxy group.
And I know I know the company and the public staff had a robust discussion in the last case, so I don't want to stop you from talking more. But I guess the thing that sang out to me when the company was speaking just now is that very few states don't have these, but there are 2 that do. South Carolina and Arizona have very few. And so that's why I thought I understand the proxy group, but
Commissioner Duffley, I'd like to object. Counsel is testifying. I request that he ask a question to the witness.
Mr. Freeman, how do you respond?
I will ask a question right now.
Okay, that objection sustained, and please just repeat a question a different way.
How do we differentiate North Carolina from Arizona and South Carolina, where the company itself states that we don't have? I apologize.
That's quite the ringtone, Mr. Freeman.
I didn't want to be late for the hearing, Your Honor. I apologize. How do we differentiate North Carolina from Arizona and South Carolina, which by the company's own admission don't have as favorable statutes?
Yeah, so I can't speak to Arizona because I'm not responsible for those filings. But for South Carolina, I just said that at the time of the South Carolina filing, I was not aware that Dr. Morin thought there should be any differentiation in risk or any impact on the ROE as a result of having or not having these mechanisms. And I think there have been studies that have shown that in the past. And so I was under that impression at the time of the South Carolina filing. But given his testimony in the DEP case, I think we will take that under advisement in future filings.
Thank you. I have 2 more topics if you're ready to talk about them.
Okay.
I think we heard this week that there was that we put into evidence a data request response from DEC that there was going to be a substantial bill increase as a result of the MYRP. And I also think we heard this week that in the South Carolina case with DEP, the company, in order to mitigate further impacts from increased rates, voluntarily came down 20 basis points off the ROE sought in South Carolina.
Was that in the most recent case?
That was in South Carolina with DEP.
In the most recent case filing?
It was in
That was-
Mr. Newland's testimony. I think I discussed it with him. I don't know if you remember hearing that or not. He said that he was going to come down from 10.4 to, this is DEP now, different state,
Yeah.
different time.
I know we have done that in the past.
Have we?
I'll say that.
Have we considered doing that here to mitigate the 20-something% rate increase we're looking for here?
No, and I'd like to speak to that for a minute because, you know, if you add in fuel, which is just a 1 year, or if you look at the 3-year increase, it can seem higher compared to other cases. But just give me a minute here to find. I think if you look at the year 1 increase that the company is requesting, we're right around 9%. And when I look at that compared to other cases and compared to what we requested in South Carolina, it is already lower. And so I would say no, that the 9% request is probably on the lower end of rate cases requests that we have filed, at least in recent history.
A third and final topic, if y'all are still good with me. So we know that this commission ordered a 9.8 ROE in the DEP case. And DEP covers, let's say, Wake County, for example. So when DEC is asking for a 10.4, 60 more basis points, when we go to Graham County and people say, why am I paying 60 basis points more than people in Wake County? What answer do I give?
I think from the company's perspective, we requested the same ROE in for both utilities. And obviously there's slightly different timing of the cases, slightly different content to the cases. But I think primarily the timing would have an impact or could have an impact. I don't know if Mr. Stillman would add anything.
No, I don't have anything to add.
If I could have 1 minute, please. Thank you very much, panelists. I don't have any more questions. I appreciate your time.
Redirect?
Thank you, Commissioner Duffley. Just a few questions for Mr. Stillman. Mr. Stillman, yesterday, counsel for NCJC asked you a few questions about the company's peak load reduction PIM as filed. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, I do.
And we looked at page 36 of your direct testimony, and we talked about some of the incentive values that were listed there. You want to refer back to that testimony? And what I'd like to ask you, can you clarify for me and for the commission what the system benefits are associated with this particular PIM? And this is the peak load reduction PIM, which was renamed pursuant to the settlement, the time differentiated and dynamic rate enrollment PIM.
Yes, thank you. And actually, to start to answer that question, I'm going to ask to go to our Exhibit 1 in the direct testimony, because there's a formula there that steps through how we came up with the system benefit and how we came up with the company incentive value. And those two terms are close, so we want to be sure that we clarify what's a system benefit and what's the incentive value that the company built into its PIMS request. So when you look at the formula on page 1 of PBR Policy Panel Exhibit 1 in our direct testimony, there's a formula there. It starts with the number of customers. And for illustrative purposes, let's use the cap that we agreed to in the settlement, just so that we have the context of how these numbers flow. So if we assumed that at some point in time, we could enroll 450,000 customers in the time of use programs. And again, as a sidebar, I'm going to remind everybody that currently there's only 3,000 residential customers on these rates. So to achieve 450,000 is quite a stretch. But if we were able to get to the 450,000, the next line down, you see the estimated winter peak KW reduction. So with the assumed reduction of about half a kilo or about a quarter of a kilowatt per person, that would come up to a systems savings in terms of megawatts of over 110 megawatts. So it's pretty substantial. And as you go through there, and when you multiply that by the utility system benefit of about $85 per KW, essentially the system benefit in total would be over $9.5 million. In the company's original proposal, we had proposed that the company would share, or the joint benefit that would come to the company would be 30%. So the very last line, the company incentive value of that $9.5 million would be approximately $2.8 million. And under settlement, we agreed to haircut that sum. So under settlement, that 2.8 gets lowered even further down to the $2.5 million, or the $2.25 million, I should say, that we agreed to in settlement. And that, if I can, I'll go back now to page 36, because we talked through those numbers. So what we had done in our direct testimony was we went to the original carbon plan, the 2022 carbon plan, and looked at an aggressive level of enrollment that we thought that we included in that particular plan. And this shows what the company incentive value would have been if we had achieved the enrollment that we had in the carbon plan. So if I look at year 3, let's just look at year 3, for example, based on the number of customers that we thought we could possibly sign up, the company's incentive value would have been $1.6 million, but the system benefit would have been closer to $5.3 million.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Okay, now we've come to commissioner questions. Chair Mitchell.
Good morning, Ms. Bateman. I have a few for you. I'm interested, I just want to hear from you, get your general thoughts and opinions about this new rate-making paradigm for which the company has applied for permission to use. In this case, can you help me understand how, sort of the way that the company will realize revenues as a result of this new paradigm versus sort of the old traditional rate-making paradigm that was used here? And let me tell you why I asked this question. Or I'm going to sort of give you I have a question in my mind that I'm hoping that you can maybe answer for me or address in some way. I'm worried that, how do you respond to the concern that year 1 just really creates a windfall for the shareholders because the company is getting a lot more money from customers in that year 1 than it would under that traditional rate-making paradigm where where everything's sort of backwards looking, adjusted to a certain extent, but you're recovering for monies already spent. What is your response to that concern that I might have in my mind?
Yeah. Thank you. And I'll start and you can let me know if I'm going too long here, because I think a lot of it goes back to why we started on this journey to alternative rate making, and why when you look across the country, you see most states have adopted some form of alternative rate making. And so if I go back to the governor's clean energy report back in 2019, that report highlighted that alternative rate making was needed to facilitate the clean energy transition, to enable investments that were needed in the grid. So historic test year traditional rate making really wasn't designed and isn't set up for the types of investments that we see that we need to make going forward. Investments in the grid, investments in solar storage, these smaller scale investments. It worked very well for large central station generation when those were your main investments. A large coal plant, a large nuclear plant, historic traditional rate making works well for those type of investments. So we started on this journey in the governor's report called for a stakeholder process. We went into the North Carolina Energy Regulatory process, the NERP process, to decide what kind of alternative rate making fit in North Carolina. And there were a lot of stakeholders in that process, a lot of input. And what came out of that process was a recommendation for performance-based rate making that included 3 components: multi-year rate plans with earnings sharing mechanisms, decoupling, and performance incentive metrics. And so there was a recommendation and draft legislation coming out of that process in 2020. And then it went through a legislative process in 2021. And ultimately we had the bipartisan HB 951 that was passed at the end of 21. And then, of course, we had a commission rulemaking, and then we are on our second PBR application proceeding with this proceeding. So I give all of that background to state that there's a reason that we are shifting to more of a forward-looking view of our investments in the cost recovery. And so it is correct that during this transition, this one case, we have both the backward-looking investments and the forward-looking investments, but it is not a windfall for the company. We need to recover those backward-looking investments, And the revenue requirements for those forward-looking investments are true costs that the utility will incur. And so these are actual costs of the utility, actual costs that need to be incurred, that need to be recovered, and that need to be incurred as we look forward in the energy transition and the types of investments that we need to make going forward. So I think there's a reason for the shift. You do have this one case where you have both the backward-looking and the forward-looking, but it is not a windfall for the company. We have actual investments that we need to recover our costs for.
Okay, thank you for that. Just a few follow-ups there. So isn't it, the way I understand your explanation is that the company, assuming the company gets what it has requested in this case, the company will be able to recover for investments previously made. That is sort of the historic component. And it will receive revenues for investments that it plans to make in each of the rate years of this multi-year rate plan. Do I understand your testimony correctly?
Yes.
Okay.
And the way the revenue requirement is calculated, just to be clear, if like an investment goes in the middle of a year, we only get half a year's revenue requirement during that year.
Understood. And that's explained in detail in in someone's pre-filed testimony. I remember reading that.
Most likely Ms. Abernathy.
Okay. All right. So, let's say the company didn't have this new paradigm available to it, and it was proceeding under the old paradigm. It would still be able to recover costs for investments it must make in its system, correct? Reasonably and prudently incurred costs, correct?
It would be able to recover prior costs that it has incurred. But I think one of the things that we pointed out, excuse me, in the NERC report is that when you think about grid investments and solar and storage investments and these smaller scale investments with a historic rate period, a historic test year, you're always behind. There's no way that the utility really fully recovers its costs. And again, back to the large central station generation investments, if that's the majority of your investments, that we would typically get deferral from the time it went in service until we could reflect it in customer rates. So that post-in-service deferral. And then during the construction period, you accrue construction work in progress. So
Well, assuming the statute allows that. For certain assets.
Yes, but even before that, during a construction period, we accrue. We don't collect from customers, but for normal, if it's not allowed in base rates, we accrue the return. And then when it goes in service, typically a deferral has been granted, so the company's still made whole. And then once it's reflected in customers' rates, we're allowed to recover those costs. And so assuming everything has been reasonable and prudent. And so for those traditional type investments, the company had an opportunity to be made whole for its costs and recover its costs. With these smaller scale investments, when that's the majority of what you're investing in, or takes a much larger portion of what you're investing in, it's difficult to keep pace and be made whole because we don't typically, although this commission did grant a deferral for our grid investments. So we had that.
Are you talking about the deferral that was granted in the previous rate case?
Previous rate case, yes. And so I think we've been able to bridge this gap, but I think this is a much better paradigm for recovering those type of investments.
And do I understand you correctly that it's a better paradigm because the nature of the investments that the company has to make, for the most part, has changed from the nature of the investments made, say, back in the 70s and the 80s?
Correct.
Okay. And so the way I understand your testimony is with a new paradigm, you're recovering your revenues or more contemporaneously in time with when the company is actually investing in assets. Do I understand you correctly?
Yes.
And how does that benefit customers?
I think by putting investments on well, there's a couple of ways. By putting investments on an equal footing, it really doesn't create a disincentive for the utility to make certain types of investments and not others. I mean, obviously, we would always do what's best for our customers and what's reasonable and prudent, but it's not good for customers when the utility has an unintended incentive or disincentive to do what is not aligned with what's in the best interest of customers. And so that's one of the great things about performance-based rate making, and one of the goals is to align the utility's financial incentives with what is good for our customers.
All right, Ms. Bateman, I recognize that we have several experts in this proceeding that are qualified to testify as to companies' creditworthiness and financial health, and that those witnesses will be available some point later in this testimony or in this proceeding. But you have testified just now that this new mechanism will make the company whole for this new type of, or this different type of investment it's having to make now. Why should this commission care about making the company whole? Why is that important?
I think it's good for customers when we have access to capital, when we have access to capital on reasonable terms, on beneficial terms to customers. That's good for our customers. We have to invest in the system in order to provide reliable, safe, reliable, and increasingly clean power to our customers. And those investments take capital. And so in order to be able to attract investors, in order to make those investments, it's important that that we have opportunities to recover those costs.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Bateman. I appreciate your testimony.
Commissioner Hughes.
I just wanted to follow up on Chair Mitchell's questions. This is just such a fascinating time for me and for, I think, all of us, this transition. And you mentioned a number of we're on an inflection point in so many ways. And I've been fairly new to this whole idea of past historic years. My career has been working with local governments that it's all forward. So it's been really interesting to me to watch this transition of going from, and it's only partial. You're still only in a very partial forward-looking year, but it's an exciting transition as far as us trying to figure out the implications. And I don't think anyone ever thought there was a windfall involved. I mean, but from just a basic financial benefit to shareholders, I think I heard you say a couple things, that this transition is going to make you whole, and really this regulatory lag, historic past year that we've relied on before, is going to be very problematic moving forward. So what I heard you say is that without moving forward, you're not going to be able to be made whole like you would need to, and it's going to take away some disincentives. And the other thing, the last thing I'll add, because you didn't mention it, but it's been on my mind a lot, is the other thing that's changed with this paradigm is I think Duke could make up, or any of our regulated utilities seem like they could make up that lack of wholeness with robust customer growth. That was part of the model built in to, because we had historic rate making for years, and Duke didn't come in for a rate case. And why? It wasn't because they weren't whole. It was because it was this weird kind of compromises that doesn't make sense in some respects, but then we get credit for this added growth. And I think we have gone through a period where we haven't seen that added growth. So all of these things kind of moving together has made me try to figure out what is ultimately, when you clear away, all the cobwebs, and is there any kind of financial benefit to the customer, to the company, of this one-time shift? Is there going to be revenue that you are able to recover that under your proposed alternative that is in front of us, which is the historic, you would not have been able to recover under that model? Is there any financial benefit or is it all an accounting exercise? Because I see the operating costs associated with the capital that you were invest, other than putting it into something like we did for the grid improvement plan, which I don't think you asked for in the traditional base year approach. You didn't ask for a lot of deferrals. I don't see how you would have ever been made whole with those funds. It just seems like that would have, so this is going to be just a really, a big important transition for you, for the company, for the customers. But am I missing some math there?
I don't think so. I do think if just the base period case were approved and the utility came in for another rate case, next year, that there would still be some lag. So temporarily, there would be some lag on recovery of the capital. But I also think, obviously, then you have added costs from the regulatory proceeding and having to have the frequent rate cases. So I do think this is better for customers, but it is also good for the company to not have that disincentive to make certain types of investments that can't be fully recovered. And it does allow us an opportunity to recover those investments that we plan to make over the next 3 years that are discrete and identifiable and that meet the standard. I will point out that there are some costs that are still subject to regulatory lag, and I've addressed those in my testimony. There are some capital projects that don't qualify, and I think in this case, they're about 30% of our planned capital additions over the next 3 years are not included in the multi-year rate plan. There would be growth in O&M. There are other things that are subject to regulatory lag. But it does allow us an opportunity to recover those planned investments over the next 3 years in a timely manner.
And how about the operating costs? Because under the statutes, you're also permitted to collect the operating costs. How would have you dealt with those? How would have you ever recovered the first year operating costs associated with a new capital?
And so again, there would be a little bit of a lag for any incremental costs.
When you say lag, I'm just interested in how much of it is a lag and how much of it is essentially a forfeit. Some of the lag when you're asking for deferral, and it's fascinating to me to have people argue about whether the regulatory lag is a good thing. That's a sort of a delay in recovering. But then this idea, which I think is particularly difficult for financial professionals to swallow, is a forfeit.
Yes. There are two types of regulatory lag that we talked about. One is it's a timing issue.
Yes.
You recover it at a later date. And one is you don't get recovery for a certain period of time until you come in for a rate case.
Right.
That's included in rates.
And it's just my sense that this is going to take away that negative pressure of a forfeit and a regulatory lag, which, I think you've been very articulate in saying, which ultimately is going to be good for the company and for customers.
Yes.
It's going to give, you're not going to have a disincentive to do an investment that's going to require a first year's operating costs that you forfeit, that you can't recover. So we want to get rid of that disincentive.
Yes.
So I think everyone, but how do I respond, or how does the commission respond to our statutory obligation that we show customers themselves, it's in their interest for us to pick door B as opposed to door A.
Yeah.
And when we are out in the public hearings, sadly, a lot of people are living day to day, and they're not looking at big picture, and they're not looking at incentives to invest or disinvest. They're looking at what's on their bill in the next 12 months. And I'm just concerned about trying to convey a financial benefit in the short 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years to those customers over this transition. And I think this rate case reduced costs is something, but when you look at the numbers, it's certainly not a windfall, to use the chair's language. It's not a windfall for customers. It's not going to be a windfall for customers in reduced costs based on rate case alone. So how can we tell customers that this transition has provided them with kind of a short-term financial benefit like it has for the shareholders? And I'm not talking about a windfall. I'm just talking about a very modest, reasonable, but quantifiable financial benefit. And you just be helping us out to tell us what we can point to, because there are a lot of qualitative benefits. You know, the rate smoothing, incredibly important. You know, the taking away disincentive for capital, incredibly important. But I'm looking for that dollars and cents on the bill impact for the next, you know, at least while I'm still a commissioner. And what do I tell people?
Okay. Yeah, I can speak to that because you're correct. A lot of the benefits for customers are more long-term in terms of incentives and planning and aligning utility incentives with customer interests and policy goals. But in terms of near term, obviously the most near term and tangible benefit is the one that you pointed out, the reduced regulatory costs. As I think about kind of other near term items, I think about the earnings sharing mechanism. So this is the first time that the commission will have the authority or will be able to reach back, kind of have a clawback when the utility exceeds its ROE by more than 50 basis points. And I believe this commission has issued orders before saying that it did not believe it had the ability to claw back under the old paradigm. So I think the earnings sharing mechanism is a real tangible benefit and could be a real tangible benefit for customers as we move forward. The utilities earnings are capped. And if we exceed that, if we are able to do cost cutting in a way that does cause the ROE to exceed that level, then that can be a real benefit to customers that's flowed back in a rider. So I mentioned earnings sharing. The other thing would be PIMs, so performance incentive mechanisms. We are being held accountable for our reliability. And if our reliability falls below a certain level, there's going to be a rider that flows back actual money to customers. And so, you know, maybe it's a trade-off. They either get the reliability or they'll get money. But I think both are valuable to our customers. And then I think some of the other ones are more long-term in that I would think about the benefit of PIMs in the long term. I think particularly about the peak load reduction. And as we encourage more customers to sign up for these time of use rates and move their usage to different periods of the day, that can, in the long term, reduce cost to customers in terms of the generation that we have to build.
And if I could just add one other thing, you know, Witness Guyton mentioned this in his testimony that as part of this plan, as part of this multi-year rate plan, the customer minute interrupted, the amount of interruptions that are expected to be reduced over the 3-year period is 15 million minutes, and that's pretty substantial. So just the hardening of the system that's before us here also is bringing a lot of benefits to the customer.
Well, I appreciate that. And it's a hard time financially. It's a hard time from an affordability standpoint for everyone. And I think trying to get customers to see those financial benefits will help, I think, the company as well as us. So I appreciate that. No further questions.
Okay, Commissioner Kimmerite, I'm going to ask a follow-up question, then I'll turn it over to you. So on that last point that you made with respect to Guyton's testimony, you will be tracking that, and then the next rate case that you come in, or when will you show the results that you've achieved these targets?
Right, so part of the PIMS settlement, or part of the PIMS settlement is that we will report annually on the SAIDI metric. And that 15 million minutes is part of the expectation of how our SAIDI performance will occur, or the declines in the performance, I say declines, which is a good thing. So the reduction in the number of minutes that are interrupted. Those are what our targets are. So through the SOG programs, we'll be able to identify that. And then, the other factor that has to be considered, and again, Witness Guyton mentioned this too, is the weather impacts, the accident impacts and things like that, influence that particular metric in the wrong direction. But we'll obviously track those.
And you mentioned PIMS. How often will the dashboard be updated?
Most of the metrics are going to be updated on an annual basis. I think the only one that we mentioned that would be updated on a quarterly basis is the metric around customer service. But most of the other metrics, I think, are annual and reported annually.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kimmerer?
Good morning, Mr. Stillman. Following up on Commissioner Duffley's question about the reliability PIM. The reliability PIM has the SAIDI metric, as you mentioned, but it excludes the major event days. Can you describe or define what major event days are?
So I can try to. I'm probably not the exact right witness for this, but it's in the IEEE standard. So it's a standard across the industry. And my understanding of it is it's typically something like a named storm. So I don't know the exact way to identify that, but the layman way, at least that I've been told to, is if it's a named storm, that would be considered a major event day.
Okay, thank you. And then a question about the peak load reduction PIM. For clarification, the settlement has a cap of the 450,000 customers and the $2.25 million. In the DEC settlement, it was different. The cap was 250,000 customers, and then I believe 1.25 million. Can you just, for the record, describe what the difference is? What was the reason for the difference between the settlement in DEP and DEC that has these different cap numbers and dollar amounts?
Yes, so the $5 is the same. So the cap, it's really just the number of customers that are different, and it's due to the size of the systems. Essentially, that's the biggest thing that drives that difference.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification, for the record for that. And then my last question is about the peak load reduction PIM as well. And I think you talked about getting to the cap or getting close to the cap, or getting to the cap of the 450,000 customers will be, I think you described it as a heavy lift for the company. And in the PIM, there is discussion about marketing efforts that the company is going to be endeavoring or getting involved with to try to reach to get more customers and try to get close to the cap. Can you just describe what marketing efforts have been planned or anticipated to try to reach that heavy lift that the company will need to do?
Right, and I couldn't give you an update on that right now. We understand that to bring on that many customers over the 3 years, it's going to be challenging. So we understand in order to be able to deliver on that, we would have to do a marketing campaign or some other way to reach the public. But the exact plans for that have not been, we've not figured that out yet.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner McKissick?
And the last question Commissioner Kimmerer asked, I was sitting here puzzled by the same thing. How in the world are you going to get 450,000 people to adopt? I mean, it seems rather theoretical and conceptual as opposed to something that's achievable. So, I mean, when this was being discussed and formulated, when you were contemplating what appropriate targets, incentives might be, I mean, how did 450,000 even come into the conceptual reality?
Well, it's the 450 is a cap, so
Yeah.
that was set as is the limit that the company would receive a reward for if we're able to achieve above that, for example. So that was kind of the conversation around it. But we also wanted to set the PIM to be aggressive. You don't want to set it in such a way that you could make it tomorrow. We understand there is a pathway that we're going to have to take in order to try to get as much enrollment as we can. So I don't know if I answered your question, but we know it's aggressive. We know that we have to market it to get acceptance. And we just, I'm going to use the word aggressive again. We know it's an aggressive target.
Well, I mean, I respect the fact that it's aggressive and, you know, and that's a good thing. At the same time, it's good to be, I guess, in my mind, rather than just purely conceptual, perhaps something that's achievable.
Right.
And I'm not hearing at this time that thought has been given to what marketing might be done to achieve that target, you know, and that seems to make it something which is more, in my mind, conceptual than achievable in terms of what might be done. So, I mean,
Well, we certainly hope it's achievable, and I'll go back to the page 36 in the testimony from
Yeah.
you know, our initial cut at this was to look at the level of adoption that was in the carbon plan, and you can see that it was less than the 450. We don't mention the number of customers there, but it was obviously less than the 450. I think 450 was placed in, we agreed to that as a cap, because if we are able to market this and get the interest in it that we hope that we can, you know, that's what we're striving for. That's where we want to get.
thank you. I mean, I hope that the planning and the marketing and the communication, the outreach efforts are successful. Only time will tell.
Thank you.
Okay, good morning again. I have some staff questions for you, and they'll all be directed to Ms. Bateman, I believe. So going to the latest stipulation and settlement, in section A of item 33, most of the questions are regarding the nuclear PTC.
Okay. Yes, and can you just state the section again?
Section A of item 33. And that section states that the first 2 years of the rider flow back in the amounts of 50 million in 25 and then 100 million North Carolina retail in 2026. Without getting into settlement discussions, what were the assumptions used in determining those amounts? If you can say, if you can, that's fine.
So if you just give me a minute, I want to get you a. And so I think it is part of the settlement negotiations, so that is one answer. And then I just wanted to flip, because I had written it down, witness Metz did put ranges in his testimony. And I know witness Panizza for the company probably has his own opinion about these ranges. But using witness Metz's ranges, his ranges were on a system, oh no, these are NC retail, 99 million to 444 million. So again, very large range right now, a lot of uncertainty still. But we thought, and I think this is consistent with his testimony, that he wanted some amount to be reflected in customer rates during the course of the multi-year rate plan. And so I think that's probably about all I can say about how those amounts were developed.
Okay, thank you. And then on line 2 of page 14,
Yes.
it states, for the avoidance of doubt in all cases, the amount to be returned to customers is the North Carolina retail portion of the nuclear PTCs actually monetized or used net of all cost. Could you detail the types of costs that are included in net of all cost?
Yes, I will start, but again, I believe witness Panizza could probably add more to this. But from my perspective, we anticipate that a market will develop for production tax credits under the IRA. So part of the IRA is that you don't have to wait till you are able to use the tax credits on your tax returns, but it allows for the selling of those tax credits. So we anticipate that a market will develop. It hasn't developed yet, but if it does develop and it is beneficial for customers to monetize those amounts, which we think it will be, we anticipate there will be a discount. So you wouldn't get $100, you wouldn't get a full 100% on each dollar. It might be 90 cents on the dollar, or it'll be some discount. So will remain to be seen what that discount is. There also could be transaction costs if you're dealing in a market. So things like that.
Okay, thank you. And then the last question is mainly a request. The commission would like a late filed exhibit related to how this proposal for a rider and returning to the customers these nuclear PTCs. And so they would like to see just an example how it's going to be distributed to customers and how it will decrease gradually over that 4-year period.
Yes, I think I probably have an exhibit and we can file one. It doesn't necessarily have amounts because amounts are still known. I listed that range from witness mets. There's a wide variety of what they could actually be. But I do have just for myself, I created an illustrative chart just to help keep myself straight.
And if that is sufficient, you can just point us to that exhibit.
No, it has not been filed.
Oh,
I just
it has
created
not.
it for my
Created
own
it for
witness
yourself,
prep
yes.
and understanding of what we were agreeing to. So,
Okay, thank you. If you'll file that then. Any other questions? Questions on commission questions? Ms. Kress?
Thank you, Commissioner Duffley. I don't have questions. I do just have a request that the commission take judicial notice of 2 orders, if that's okay.
You may proceed.
I would request the commission take judicial notice of the order adopting Commission Rule R1-17B issued in docket number E100 sub 178 on February 10th, 2022. And then the second request for judicial notice is the commission's order approving template notice and providing initial guidance on issues related to CPCN process and cost recovery under PBR issued in docket number E100 sub 178 on September 8th, 2022.
The commission will take judicial notice of those orders.
Thank you.
Any questions? Mr. McGreer.
Good morning, Menashe Macker on behalf of NCJC et al. And Vote Solar. Get situated real quick. Okay, Ms. Bateman, Chair Mitchell asked you a question about how the company will realize revenues under its PBR application. Do you recall that line of questioning?
yes.
And in response to her question, you discussed how PBR will help facilitate the clean energy transition.
Correct.
Recognizing the parameters set forth in House Bill 951, you would agree, and this is just your testimony from the stand, I think yesterday, that the PBR application, if approved, would have a maximum PIM penalty and reward in rate year 3 of $15 million.
Correct.
And as Mr. Stillman testified to, it'll be less in rate years 1 and 2 because it will step up to that $15 million.
Correct. And like he stated, that was done on purpose this is the first performance-based rate-making application in North Carolina. And so we intentionally started small so that we can learn and grow and get experience in this area. And I think that's consistent with what other states have done as they've embarked on performance-based rate-making plans.
Yeah. I think Mr. Stillman, you testified on the stand, and this is directly flowing from what you just said, Ms. Bateman, that the maximum PIM penalty and reward will be less than that 1% PIM cap set forth in House Bill 951.
Yes, that's true.
Would you agree that PIMs are unique under the PBR regulatory framework in that they directly tie the company's revenues to specific policy goals?
I don't know that I'd use the word unique because there's many utilities across the country that make use of PIMs, but I agree with the second part of what you just said about tying the revenues to the goals.
Right. And just to clarify, I'm not saying that PIMs are unique in the sense that they only exist in North Carolina. I'm sort of talking about the general PBR regulatory framework in comparison to, let's say, decoupling, for example. PIMs are directly tying the company's revenues to specific policy goals.
Yes, and the statute says that it mentions many policy goals. I think we talked about this yesterday. There's many policy goals in the statute, and the PIMs need to be responsive to those policy goals.
Yeah. In response to Commissioner Hughes' question about tangible customer benefits people will see from the new rate-making paradigm, I believe you pointed to PIM specifically. Is that right?
I think that was me. Yes, that's one of the
Yeah.
items.
But the total amount of money at stake for DEC from the PIMs is small in comparison with the returns it expects from its planned capital spending over the MYRP.
I would say it's small compared to the capital spending.
Okay. And again, recognizing the parameters of House Bill 951, decoupling, for example, is limited to just the residential customer class.
Yes.
And DEC is allowed to file a general rate case if it under-earns during the MYRP term.
I would agree with that. But I would also point out kind of symmetrically that the commission may open a proceeding or initiate a proceeding as well during the course of the MYRP to adjust rates or
Okay.
PIMs.
And under House Bill 951, rate increments in rate year 2 and 3 are based on capital spending.
Correct.
So given the size of the PIM penalty, given the size of the PIM penalty and rewards that have been proposed in the PIM settlement, and given House Bill 951's parameters on decoupling and MYRP that we just discussed, would you agree that if DEC's PBR application, as amended by these settlements, if it were to be approved in its entirety, it would still retain many of the features of traditional cost of service rate making?
I'm not quite sure how to answer that. I think it would be a dramatic change, but it would still retain some qualities of traditional rate making as well. So I think maybe a little bit of both.
Okay. And again, the NERP process specifically identified that there were misincentives or certain features of traditional cost of service rate making that would not facilitate the clean energy transition.
Yes, and I think our PBR application addresses those.
No further questions.
Mr. Freeman?
Just two topics broadly. There were several questions from the commission about the $450,000 target. I think you answered many of those, Mr. Stillman. And is it the case that you earn no money until you hit 450,000, or do you earn funds up to that point?
So to clarify one thing, I think you said $450,000. It's 450,000 customers.
People, enrollees, I'm sorry.
Yep, I just wanted to be sure we were clear on that. And you're exactly right. So the way the settlement is structured is if one person adopts, if only one incremental person adopts, the incentive, the company incentive reward from that one adoptee is $5. So each additional enrollee in a time of use rate, each incremental enrollee in a time of use rate, the company incentive value would be $5 times the number of enrollees.
Thank you. And the second topic was, I think in response to Commissioner Hughes, but I apologize if not. Ms. Bateman, you discussed that there was a 30% CapEx outside of this multi-year plan.
30% of the planned plant additions, so the capital that's going in service over the next 3 years. 30% of that is not included. There's additional capital spend that is planned that is probably more related to the carbon plan that we just filed that would have plant going in service after that period.
in light of this capital spend that's outside the multi-year plan, and then you also discussed the 50 basis points above beyond which earnings sharing occurred. Can you give us the company's perspective on the likelihood of over-earning by 50 basis points in light of the capital spend that you just discussed?
Yes, and so.
Thank you.
I referenced this in I think it was in my rebuttal testimony. But this is something that we actually, during the commission's rulemaking, thought was not necessary, and maybe it was good that the commission required it. So we have a requirement in our filing for a PBR application to file a forecast that's all inclusive. That includes both the MYRP capital spending projects and other plant that will go in service over the course of the MYRP. It includes load growth that's expected over the MYRP that is not included in the MYRP revenue requirements. It includes other changes in expenses and other items. And so when we filed the rate case, we were requesting and still are requesting a 10.4 ROE. And so the projections are based on receiving revenue requirement of that amount. And then if you look at I'm looking at Exhibit E, page 1 of 4. And based on our best projections at the time, the ROEs for rate year 1 were 10.3, so just 1 basis point below what the ROE used to set the revenue is. In rate year 2, it was 10.4, just spot on. And then in rate year 3, it was 10.0. So that's based on projections at the time. So obviously the company is always trying to reduce costs. And one of the incentives of a multi-rate plan is to give the utility incentive to reduce costs. And so if we are able to reduce our expenses, or if our load growth is more than projected, there are opportunities that it could be higher, and we would trigger that earnings sharing mechanism.
Thank you very much. If I could have one moment, Commissioners. Thank you. I don't have any more questions.
Ms. McGrath, do you have questions?
No, Commissioner Duffy, nothing from the company.
Okay. Thank you both for your testimony today. We appreciate it. And you both may step down and be excused. So I'll take motions.
Commissioner Duffy, SIG for 3 would move its SIG for 3 PIMS panel, direct and settlement, cross exhibit number 1 and cross exhibit number 2 into the record.
Without objection, that motion is allowed.
Thank you.
Thank you. The company would like to move into the record several exhibits. PBR policy panel exhibits 1 through 4. PBR policy panel supplemental exhibit 3. And PBR policy panel, PBR policy panel settlement exhibits 1, 3, and 4.
Without objection, that motion is allowed.
Thank you.
Mr. Drack?
Thank you, Commissioner Duffy. At this time, the company has reached the end of its direct case. And as has been noted by the commission, and in light of some of the efficiencies gained in the proceeding, we've had a number of witnesses excused. So at this time, with your leave, we would begin to move in a number of pieces of evidence from the company's case with respect to witnesses that have either been waived for appearance on direct or excused in this case.
Please proceed.
Okay. In all cases, as we move this testimony in the record, we would just ask the commission place the testimony in the record at the appropriate time. I apologize in advance to the court reporter for the lengthy list of names I'm about to give you.
And before you start, we will place it in the transcript at the appropriate place.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
And one last explanatory note I'll give that may help the commission and others to digest all of this is for our 2 revenue requirement witnesses, each of them filed direct, rebuttal. There's first supplementals, second supplemental, third supplemental. Then they filed settlement testimony and supplemental settlements. That's the order in which that testimony is filed, if it helps the commission to digest all this. So With all those asides, I'll begin, Commissioner Duffley, with direct testimony of Melissa Abernathy. She had actually adopted the testimony of Catherine Taylor. That testimony was filed on May 17th, 2023, consists of 34 pages and 6 exhibits. And that was adopted by Melissa Abernathy on, May 17th, 2023. Next up is Melissa Abernathy's rebuttal testimony. Excuse me, we'll skip that one for now. Melissa Abernathy's first supplemental testimony was filed on May 19th, 2023, consisting of 12 pages and 4 exhibits. Next is the second supplemental testimony of Melissa Abernathy, filed on June 19th, 2023, consisting of 3 pages and 4 exhibits. Next for witness Abernathy is her second supplemental testimony, filed on May 19th, 2023. Consisting of 3 pages and 4 exhibits. Next for witness Abernathy is the third supplemental testimony, filed on July 18th, 2023, consisting of 6 pages and 4 exhibits. Next for witness Abernathy is her settlement testimony, filed on August 24th, 2023, consisting of 5 pages and 4 exhibits. And finally, for witness Abernathy is her supplemental settlement testimony, filed on August 28th, 2023, consisting of 6 pages and 4 exhibits. We have previously moved in the testimony of Kendall Bowman. Just to be absolutely certain, we're going to move in her settlement testimony one more time for clarity of the record. So the settlement testimony of Ms. Kendall Bowman, filed on August 24th, 2023, consisting of 6 pages, and that had no exhibits. And Ms. Kendall Bowman also filed supplemental settlement testimony on August 28th, 2023, consisting of 6 pages. The next DEC witness is Quinn Bowman. Quinn Bowman filed direct testimony on January 19th, 2023, consisting of 50 pages and 5 exhibits. Mrs. Quinn Bowman also filed first supplemental testimony on May 19th, 2023, consisting of 15 pages and 4 exhibits. Ms. Quinn Bowman also filed second supplemental testimony on June 19th, 2023, consisting of 11 pages and 4 exhibits. Ms. Quinn Bowman filed third supplemental testimony on July 18th, 2023, consisting of 11 pages and 4 exhibits. Ms. Quinn Bowman also filed settlement supporting testimony on August 24th, 2023, consisting of 17 pages and 4 exhibits. There was a correction to that exhibit, was filed on 8/25 and then again on 8/28, August 28th. Finally, for Ms. Quinn Bowman, supplemental settlement testimony was filed on August 28th, 2023, consisting of 15 pages and 5 exhibits. The next DEC witness is Stephen Capps. His direct testimony was filed on January 19th, 2023, consisting of 27 pages and 1 exhibit. Stephen Capps also filed rebuttal testimony on August 4th, 2023, consisting of 19 pages and 1 exhibit. And finally, Mr. Stephen Capps filed first supplemental testimony on May 19th, 2023, consisting of 8 pages and 2 exhibits. Next DEC witness is Donna Council. Donna Council's testimony was filed on June 15, 2023. That was the date on which she adopted the initial direct testimony filed by Brandon Lane. That adopted testimony consisted of 13 pages and no exhibits. Ms. Council also filed first supplemental testimony on June 15th, 2023, consisting of 7 pages and 2 exhibits. And Ms. Council also filed second supplemental testimony on July 18th, 2023, consisting of 3 pages and 2 exhibits. All right, next up on the DEC witness is Janice Hager. She filed direct testimony on January 19th, 2023, consisting of 33 pages and 2 exhibits. Next, DEC witness Tim Hill filed direct testimony on January 19, 2023, consisting of 31 pages and 8 exhibits. DEC witness Retha Hunsiker filed direct testimony on January 19, 2023, consisting of 14 pages and no exhibits. DEC witness Jeffrey Kopp filed rebuttal testimony on August 4th, 2023, consisting of 19 pages and 1 exhibit. Next up is DEC witness Justin LaRoche. He filed direct testimony on January 19th, 2023, consisting of 13 pages and 4 exhibits. Mr. LaRoche also filed rebuttal testimony on August 4th, 2023, consisting of 3 pages and no exhibits. Mr. LaRoche filed first supplemental testimony on May 19th, 2023, consisting of 9 pages, 4 exhibits. Mr. LaRoche also filed second supplemental testimony on July 18th, 2023, consisting of 6 pages and 3 exhibits. And finally, Mr. LaRoche filed rebuttal testimony on August 4th, 2023, consisting of 3 pages. The next DEC witness is Mr. Kevin Murray. He filed, let me begin with the panel of Mike Quinto and Kevin Murray. They filed testimony initially in the CPCN docket sub 1134, which was consolidated with this proceeding. Their direct testimony was filed on May 19th, 2023, and consists of 14 pages and no exhibits. Mr. Kevin Murray also filed rebuttal testimony in this proceeding on August 4th, 2023, consisting of 24 pages. All right, just a few more to go. Mr. John Panizza filed direct testimony on January 19th, 2023, consisting of 24 pages. Next DEC witness is Mr. Nicholas Spiros. He filed direct testimony on January 19th, 2023, consisting of 18 pages and 3 exhibits. Mr. Spiros also filed rebuttal testimony on August 4th, 2023, consisting of 27 pages and 2 exhibits. Next DEC witness is Jake Stewart. He filed direct testimony on January 19th, 2023, consisting of 26 pages and 2 exhibits. Mr. Stewart also filed rebuttal testimony on August 4th, 2023, consisting of 17 pages. Martin Strasburger filed first supplemental testimony on May 19th, 2023, consisting of 7 pages and 1 exhibit. The next DEC witness is Mr. Brian Sykes, who filed rebuttal testimony on August 4th, 2023, consisting of 10 pages. And our last DEC witness is Mr. Brian Walsh. He filed direct testimony on January 19th, 2023, consisting of 27 pages and 1 exhibit. Mr. Walsh also filed first supplemental testimony on May 19th, 2023, consisting of 14 pages and 2 exhibits. Mr. Walsh filed second supplemental testimony on July 18th, 2023, consisting of 6 pages and 1 exhibit. And finally, Mr. Walsh filed rebuttal testimony on August 4th, 2023, consisting of 49 pages and 1 exhibit. So with that long, very long list, let me just confirm with the team I didn't mess anything up, and we'll move those in the record. All right, so with that long list, Commission, at this time, we would move that testimony and exhibits into the record at the appropriate time and ask for the Commission's leave for that. Thank you very much.
Case with the public staff.
Thank you. Public staff calls James McLawhorn, Jordan Nader, and Dustin Metz to the stand.
Do you have name cards for the witnesses? Okay. In the meantime, why don't each of you, when you're about to testify, if you'll say your name for the court reporter, that will help her immensely. Thank you. Yes. So place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Mr. McLawhorn, I'll start with you. Please state your name, position, and business address for the record.
My name is James McLawhorn. I'm the Director of the Public Staff's Energy Division, and my business address is 430 North Salisbury Street, Raleigh, North Carolina.
Did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket on or about July 19th, 2023, direct testimony and question and answer form consisting of 13 pages and 1 appendix?
Yes.
And on August 29th, 2023, did you cause to be filed corrections to your pre-filed direct testimony?
Yes.
If I were to ask you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
With the corrections, yes.
And also on August 29th, 2023, did you cause to be filed a summary of your pre-filed direct testimony?
Yes.
Presiding Commissioner Duffley, I request that Mr. McLawhorn's pre-filed direct testimony and summary be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand.
The direct testimony of witness McLawhorn filed on July 19th, 2023, consisting of 13 pages and 1 appendix, as corrected on August 29th, 2023, will be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand. His summary will also be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Okay, Mr. Nader, I'm going to move to you. Please state your name, position, and business address for the record.
My name is Jordan Nader. My position is an engineer with the Energy Division of the Public Staff. My business address is 430 North Salisbury Street, Raleigh, North Carolina.
And did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket on or about July 19th, 2023, direct testimony and question and answer form consisting of 29 pages and 1 appendix?
I did.
And on August 29th, 2023, did you cause to be filed a summary of your direct testimony?
I did.
And if I were to ask you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Duffley, I request that Mr. Nader's pre-filed direct testimony and his summary, and the summary of his direct testimony be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand.
The direct testimony of witness Nader filed on July 19th, 2023, consisting of 29 pages and 1 appendix, will be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand. His summary will also be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you. Mr. Metz, please state your name, position, and business address for the record.
My name is Dustin Metz. I'm the manager of electric section, operations and planning, energy division of the public staff. My business address is 430 North Salisbury Street, Raleigh, North Carolina.
And did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket on July 19th, 2023, direct testimony and question and answer form consisting of 148 pages, 1 appendix, and 5 exhibits containing confidential information?
Yes.
On August 29th, 2023, did you cause to be filed corrections to that pre-filed direct testimony, which also contain confidential information?
Yes.
And if I were to ask you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
I have 2 modifications.
Okay, proceed.
On page 44, starting on line 4, the question, are you recommending cost adjustments based upon your investigation of the company's switchgear and generator replacement project? The answer would be no. Additional information was received after my testimony was filed. Going to page 58, starting at line 1, do you recommend a modification to the company's pro forma adjustment? My answer would be no, based on additional information reviewed after my testimony was filed.
And also on August 29th, 2023, did you cause to be filed a summary of your pre-filed direct testimony.
Yes.
Commissioner Duffy, I would request that Mr. Metz's pre-filed direct testimony as corrected and his summary of his direct testimony be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand.
The direct testimony of witness Metz filed on July 19th, 2023, consisting of 148 pages, one appendices, and 5 exhibits, some of which contain confidential information, will be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand, as well as the corrections that were filed on August 29th, 2023, which contained confidential information. Those corrections will be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand, and the summary filed will be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you. And just for clarity of the record, Mr. Nader's direct testimony also had confidential information.
And that will be noted for the record.
Thank you. The panel is open for cross-examination and commissioner questions.
Ms. Kress.
Thank you, Commissioner Duffy. Good morning, gentlemen. I believe all of my questions are going to be for you, Mr. McLawhorn. So if we could, I just want to start with some basic information. You already testified that you serve as the Director of the Energy Division for the Public Staff, correct?
Yes.
In your role as the Director of the Energy Division, is it fair to say that the engineers who work in the Energy Division within the public staff all report to you?
They all ultimately report to me. There are 3 managers in the division. And so some of the engineers report directly to them, but I am the ultimate person responsible.
And you also provided the public staff's overview of this case in this rate case, correct?
Yes.
In your role as the Director of the Energy Division, is it fair to say that you have visibility into the positions that the other public staff witnesses are taking in this rate case?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you play an active role in developing the positions that the public staff takes in this rate case?
I play a role, and I am generally aware of the positions, and of course, the witnesses consult with me before filing testimony. I am not actively involved in all of the investigations by all of the witnesses. There are too many issues for me to be actively involved on a daily basis.
Does the public staff have a process by which you all develop a position on a particular issue internally?
The Energy Division has a process. I can't really speak for other divisions of the public staff.
Tell me about the process for the Energy Division.
Well, and I'm talking only about this particular rate case. I mean, different cases might have different means of going about the investigation, but we have we assign a technical director. In this particular case, that was Mr. Nader. In the DEP rate case, that was Mr. Metz. We look at the issues in the case, and we divide the responsibilities up between the various engineers in the Energy Division who will be working on the case. They begin their investigation. They submit data requests. They get responses. They review the responses. They may, in many cases, have to have follow-up on the data responses. And then at some point, they have recommendations that they will be making in the case, or they would propose to make in the case. They would talk with the technical director and the managers in the energy division, and then ultimately, before it is placed into testimony for filing, they would need to present their issue to me and convince me that it was reasonable. It was a reasonable position for the energy division to take.
Thank you. And with that foundation laid, I would like to understand a little bit better what the standard is that the public staff believes should be applied in this rate case with respect to interclass cross-subsidization. So if I could, I would like to turn your attention to SIGFR 3 potential cross-exhibit number 52.
All right, I'm at that tab.
And Commissioner Duffley, SIGFR 3 would request that this exhibit be marked as SIGFR 3, Metz, McLaughlin, Nader, Direct, and Settlement, cross-exhibit number 1.
Staff hasn't filed settlement testimony, but
Thank you. So essentially, Direct, cross-exhibit number 1, my apologies.
Okay, I'm gonna rename the naming convention though. It'll be SIGFR 3, McLaughlin, Metz, Nader, Direct, Cross Exhibit 1.
Thank you. Mr. McLaughlin, this is an excerpt of a transcript that was recorded in the DEP rate case. And for those following along on PDF, I would like to turn your attention to page 4, which will be shown as page 53 of this particular transcript. Do you see beginning at line 17, Jay Lucas was asked a question. Mr. Lucas, the equal percentage method has been in place as the approved fuel and fuel-related cost allocation methodology for DEP continuously since 2008. Is that correct? Followed by Mr. Lucas's answer, that's correct, but that had to change because of House Bill 951 and the requirement to eliminate cross subsidies. Do you see that?
I see that.
Now, if you could please, sir, turn with me to potential cross exhibit number 53.
Okay.
And Commissioner Duffley, we would request that this exhibit be marked as SIGFR 3, McLaughlin, Metz, and Nader, Direct, cross exhibit number 2, please.
It shall be so marked.
Thank you. And if you could please turn with me to page 25 of this exhibit, which is going to show page 21 of this particular transcript excerpt.
Okay.
Again, beginning with line 17, do you see where public staff witness David Williamson was asked a question? If the transcript were to show that witness Lucas testified this morning that House Bill 951 requires interclass subsidies to be eliminated, would you disagree with witness Lucas? Followed by his answer, if that's what's in the transcript, I would say that I disagree with Mr. Lucas.
Yes, I see that.
Can you help us understand why there appears to be a double standard on this issue within the public staff?
Gonna object to this question. If Ms. Kress wants clarification on the testimony of Mr. Williamson or Mr. Lucas, she can ask those questions when those witnesses are presented.
And
Ms. Kress?
thank you, Commissioner Duffley. I took quite a bit of time at the beginning of Mr. McLawhorn's testimony, laying the appropriate foundation to ask these questions of this witness. He is the director of the Energy Division. These particular witnesses that I'm asking about report to him, and he testified about the role that he plays both in having visibility into the public staff's positions that they are taking in this rate case, or this pair of rate cases, as well as his involvement in developing the public staff's testimony and its theory of the case.
So I am going to sustain the objection in part with respect to specific questions that you have for witnesses coming up onto the stand at a later time. You can direct questions to them. However, I'm sustaining it in part and overruling it in part to the extent, Mr. McLawhorn, you have information and can provide an answer based on your position at the public staff. I would like you to go ahead and answer it. So Ms. McLawhorn, Ms. Kress, do you want to rephrase or state your question again for him?
Yes, thank you. I will try to do so in a non-objectionable way. Mr. McLawhorn, there appears to be an inconsistency in the positions being taken by the public staff on this issue. Can you please help us understand why that might be, to the extent that you have knowledge?
First of all, I would say there is no inconsistency on the public staff. I talked with Mr. Lucas about his testimony in the DEP case, and he has told me that on further reflection, he misspoke. That eliminate was not the word that he intended to use, and I'm confident if you ask him that question when he comes up to testify, and I know that you have time reserved for him, so I hope you will ask him that and let him clarify that he will clarify his answer.
And you understand that the commission has already issued its final order in the DEP rate case?
I do. But you're asking this in the context of the DEC case.
Understood.
He can tell you that he misspoke.
Understood. Mr. McLawhorn, switching gears, can you tell us what happens in the event that a capital project approved for a particular rate year of a multi-year rate plan is canceled?
Okay. One that has been approved.
That's correct.
Well, it doesn't get built.
How does that impact, if at all, the rates that have been approved for that rate year and any subsequent rate year in that multi-year rate plan?
Initially, it doesn't impact the rates at all. The Duke could choose to divert that money to another project that they had not included in the plan. Or if they decide not to do that and the rates result in over-earning because they've collected more money than they spent, then there's the potential for refund if they exceed the, I think it's 50 basis points ROE.
Thank you. And what about if a capital project that has been approved for a multi-year rate plan for a particular rate year within a multi-year rate plan is postponed? Does that have any impact on the rates that have been pre-approved for the multi-year rate plan rate years.
I'd like for Mr. Metz to answer this if that's
Please.
okay.
The prior statement which Mr. McLaughlin stated would also be true if a project's either postponed or delayed or can't even canceled.
Thank you. Mr. McLaughlin, switching gears again, if you could turn with me to SIG for 3 potential cross-examination exhibit 49.
Okay.
Were you involved in the cost of service study?
Ms. Press?
Thank you. If I could, Commissioner Duffley, we'd request that this be marked as SIG for 3 McLaughlin, Metz, Nader, Direct, Cross-Examination Exhibit 3.
It's so marked.
Thank you. Mr. McLaughlin, were you involved in the cost of service study group that was the result of the commission's order in DEC's last rate case?
Yes.
Was the equal percentage methodology for allocating fuel and fuel-related costs something that was discussed during that study group?
The cost of service that led to the cost of service stipulation. I don't recall that it was discussed.
Did the public staff request that that issue be studied or evaluated in the context of the cost of service study group?
Not that I recall.
Thank you. And if you could now, sir, turn with me to SIG for 3 potential cross-examination exhibit 37. Commissioner Duffley, if I may request that this exhibit be marked SIG for 3 McLaughlin, Metz, and Nader Direct Cross-Examination Exhibit number 4.
It's so marked.
Thank you. Mr. McLaughlin, were you involved in the comprehensive rate design study that we have heard testimony about from DEC's rate design panel and others in this case?
Somewhat, but to a lesser extent than I was the cost of service.
To the extent that you know and can answer, do you know whether the public staff raised the issue of the equal percentage methodology for allocating fuel and fuel-related costs in the context of the CRDS?
I do not know.
Do you know whether Mr. Lucas was involved in the comprehensive rate design study?
I don't believe he was. I know Mr. Floyd, who's no longer, who has since retired, and Mr. Williamson, who will be up to testify later, were the primary public staff members, Energy Division members in that task force. Mr. Lucas may have attended some of the sessions. I don't recall.
Would you agree, subject to check, that the public staff did not raise the issue of the equal percentage methodology for allocating fuel and fuel-related costs in the comprehensive rate design study?
Well, as I said, I don't know, but if you say that we did not, I will accept that subject to check.
Thank you. If you could now turn with me to SIG for 3 potential cross exhibit number 35.
Okay. There's nothing in this tab.
There's nothing in that tab.
The tab goes
Fantastic.
35 to 36.
Great. Okay, well, let me try to pivot here then. Are you familiar with Senate Bill 3?
Yes.
Commissioner Duffley, SIG for 3 would request that the commission take judicial notice of Session Law 2007-397.
The commission will take judicial notice of that session, that document. However, if we can provide Mr. McLaughlin a copy.
Yes. And of course, we have to step out. It does not appear that we have a copy, so I will ask this line of questions to Mr. Lucas once we do have a copy, if that works. Okay. Mr. McLaughlin, do you recall in the DEP rate case, you and I had some discussion about the workload involved for the public staff to audit and evaluate a multi-year rate plan rate case?
I remember discussing that. I don't specifically remember that it was with you, but it probably was.
Okay. Can you share with us, for the purposes of the DEC evidentiary record, what the workload was like for the public staff and how it compares to a traditional general rate case?
Well, the workload for the DEC case was similar to what it was for the DEP case, with one exception. When the DEP case was initially filed, the DEC case had not yet been filed. And so the DEC case was filed, I believe it was January 19th of this year. The DEP case was still ongoing. The hearing was not until sometime in May. We had not even filed our testimony yet, so there was overlap. We were investigating both cases for a while.
And can you discuss a little bit about how the workload for a multi-year rate plan general rate case compares to that of a traditional general rate case?
It is significantly more complex than for a traditional rate case. It's essentially 4 rate cases in one.
Explain what you mean by that, 4 rate cases in one.
Well, historically, we've always had, traditionally, we've always had the historic case. I think Commissioner Hughes was talking about that earlier with the Duke panel. And so we would investigate plant that had been placed into service and was, had been placed into service. So we still do that. We investigate that much the way we always have. On top of that, we had 3 future periods with, I believe the initial filing had about 1,200 MYRP projects over the 3 years that were proposed. That was ultimately updated. I think it added about 2, well, it may not have been, some projects may have been removed, but the net effect after the update, I think it went to about 1,400 projects, something in that neighborhood. So obviously we could not investigate all 1,400 projects, but we divided it up and investigated samples of those. And so, I mean, that's just very complex to do the historic test period with 3 projected periods.
Thank you. And what, if any, opinion do you have on the relative risk borne by ratepayers following a traditional general rate case versus a multi-year rate plan rate case?
I believe the public staff received about 30 additional days of investigation time. So obviously, that's not enough to do a full investigation of the additional work. We put substantial resources into it. So some of the projects that may have been reviewed in past cases perhaps were not reviewed with the same level of diligence that they were in this case. There's always the risk that you might miss something because you have so much more to evaluate with only a slightly greater amount of time. So from our investigatory standpoint, while I stand behind all of our witnesses and in the investigation, we completed, there's always the risk of that. Then the other risk inherent in the PBR process.
And do you recall in the DEP rate case, you testified a little about the number of overtime hours your staff had spent investigating that rate case? As you sit here today, do you have off the top of your head a similar figure for the DEC rate case?
I have a figure with the caveat, I mean, because of the overlap that I talked about when we were investigating both cases, it was very difficult to go back and say, well, this many hours were spent on DEP and this many were spent on DEC. So what I asked my staff to do was to go back to January 1st of this year and give me the overtime that they had spent from January 1st through yesterday. And this is only for the Energy Division witnesses who filed testimony in this case, and it was about 1,600 hours.
And of course, your work for this rate case didn't begin on January 1st of this year. It began earlier than that, correct?
On this DEC case?
With respect to the transmission and distribution pre-filing, as well as the public staff's participation in that technical conference and filing of comments.
Well, that's true. But I was trying to focus on the time that generally coincided with when the case was filed. But yes, there was time spent before that.
Understood. So with respect to the bulk of the work that you all have done, it would be this calendar year, and you estimate approximately 1,600 overtime hours just for the Energy Division staff of the public staff.
Yes, you would have to ask the accounting witnesses for their estimates for themselves.
Great. Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, Mr. Tratham? And actually, before we get started, Mr. Tratham, let's go ahead and take our morning break for the court reporter. And let's come back on the record at 11:40. Come back onto the record. We have a couple of procedural matters. A commissioner has had to leave for an appointment, and I just want to make sure there are no objections to her reading into the record. Okay, let the record reflect that there were no objections. And public staff?
Thank you, Commissioner Duffy. At the break, I realized that I inadvertently forgot to move Mr. Nader's corrections to his pre-filed testimony into the record. So I will ask Mr. Nader, on August 29th, 2023, did you cause to be filed corrections to your pre-filed direct testimony, which included confidential information?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Duffy, the public staff would move the corrections to Mr. Nader's pre-filed direct testimony into the record.
And that motion is allowed, and the corrected testimony will be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you.
And the one exhibit will be marked as pre-filed.
It's just an appendix.
Thank you for that. So, Mr. Tratham.
Thank you, Commissioner Duffy. Panel, good morning. Marcus Tratham with for CUCA. Mr. McLaughlin, I think my first questions are directed to you, but feel free to refer them to others as you see fit. In response to some questions from Ms. Kress, I believe that you said that you reviewed some 1,400 projects in this case associated with the multi-year plan. Did I hear that correctly?
I believe I said there were about 1,400 projects in the plan. I'll let Mr. Metz respond to how many were actually reviewed.
I don't have a number. I don't know a number off the top of my head that were exactly reviewed.
Okay. And that's, I was going to ask that question. So the statute, Mr. McLaughlin, were you here for my discussion with witness Bateman yesterday?
Yes.
So do you recall the questions about the wording of the multi-year statute, and it refers to discrete and identifiable capital spending projects?
I remember your Q&A with her. I don't have a copy of the statute in front of me, so if we're going to get into specific wording, I would request that I be able to have that in front of me.
Absolutely. And is it your understanding that the statute refers to discrete and identifiable capital spending projects?
I'll take that subject to check. The statute says a lot, and like I said, I don't have the exact wording in front of me.
If you would like to see it, it is CUCA potential exhibit number 1.
I would like, if we're going to answer more questions or have more Q&A about it, I would like to see that.
Hold up.
And Mr. Tratham, is this exhibit already in the record?
It's just a copy of the session law, so the commission has taken judicial notice of it.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got it in front of me now.
Mr. McLaughlin, if this is a copy of session law 2021-165, and if you will turn to page 5 of that document. About 7 lines down. Do you see the language associated with a set of discrete and identifiable capital spending projects?
I see the discrete and identifiable. Let me just read, let me just go over the entire sentence for context. Yeah, that's what it says.
Okay. So my question was, is it your understanding that the sort of projects which are to be included in a multi-year plan are those which are discrete and identifiable capital spending projects?
That's what the statute says, yes.
Okay. And were you surprised to get 1,400 projects in the first multi-year plan?
We really didn't know what to expect, but we'd already seen the DEP case. And we knew the DEC case would likely be larger, but I'll let Mr. Metz go into more detail.
I wouldn't characterize it as a surprise. It was luminous, but I wouldn't characterize it as a surprise.
And Mr. Metz, is that because you'd already seen the filing in DEP?
No, just based upon historic spend throughout the rate case, which I outlined in my testimony, and generally reviewing the amounts closed to plant and service. That's the basis of my statement.
Okay, and so based on historic spend, the spend that was proposed in this case sort of matched up. Is that what I'm understanding your testimony is?
Outline the differences in what I'm referring to, the base case versus what's in the MRP period.
Okay. So and Mr. McLaughlin, so back to you, and again, feel free to refer it out. You do agree that the PBR statute that we were just looking at is more limited in scope than the water and sewer PBR statute?
I am not personally familiar with the water and sewer statutes. I can't say.
Okay. If I understood.
Let me just say, Ms. Boswell, who works on both water and electric matters, could probably address that with you.
If I understood Ms. Bateman's view with respect to what qualifies as a discrete and identifiable capital spending project, it was that anything that can be capitalized for accounting purposes can constitute a discrete and identifiable capital spending project. Would you agree that that seems to be the company's position?
Mr. Metz, I'll let him answer.
I'm not going to speculate on the company's position. How I reviewed the MRP application, the company had approximately 13. I know Mr. McLaughlin said approximately 1,400. So closer numbers, approximately 1,380. Those were discrete and identifiable projects. And in terms of how we traditionally look at historic plant and service cost, we work with public staff accountants to verify that they are can qualify for capital-based treatment.
Okay. And so when you review the projects, that's what you were looking for to see if there was any element of the project that qualified for treatment as a capital expense under the accounting rules. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And am I correct that a number of the projects that were included in this list appear to include what would be characterized as normal repair?
Certain motors and equipment, et cetera. And I'm just again taking an example as a power plant. If you have a motor can be repaired. However, it can qualify for capital-based treatment.
But you're going to repair the motor as part of the normal operating practices of the company, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And there are a number of items like pump seal replacements. You recall that?
Yes.
And that they're characterized by Duke's witness as routine repair that's scheduled to be repaired on periodic timeframes. Do you recall that?
Yes, I recall that. And we also review those similar projects in the base case that were also either repaired or replaced, et cetera, that had took place during outages. And we have not recommended disallowance for those capital-based projects.
And there are a number of them which are described as, well, just to read an item 127 from Exhibit 1 to Abernathy's testimony, Bellows Creek boiler outage. So I infer from that we're repairing an outage at Bellows Creek. Do you have any recollection of that?
That's generally vague. There are outages at power plants.
Yes, and so my point is, you understand that those sorts of items are kind of littered throughout this multi-year plan.
Traditionally for power plant maintenance, the company will schedule a power plant outage in order to do repairs, additions, other modifications to the power plant in order to keep the plant health, and keep the plant reliable.
Absolutely, I understand that. And when you testified earlier, that's okay, that all of these projects were discrete and identifiable. I assume that you mean by that literally speaking, you can identify them on the page. There's a number by them. Do you mean anything more than that?
They were discrete individual line items on the MRP schedules.
Okay. And with respect to the General Assembly's intent and using that phrase, do you have any opinion as to what the General Assembly meant by that?
I do not. I can't speculate on what the General Assembly intent was.
Fair enough. Mr. McLaughlin, again, back to you, but feel free to refer out. Affordability. As for current rates, any increase approved in this case would be on top of the fuel rider increase, which was just approved, correct?
Yes.
And that was an average 13% retail increase. Is that correct?
Yes, that sounds about right. It'll be effective tomorrow.
And high load factor customers are impacted to a greater extent than other customers by volumetric rate increases, correct?
They can be because of the nature of the way their rates are designed.
And would it surprise you that some of our members will pay $400,000 per month and an increase as a result of the fuel rider?
No, and let me make sure my other answer was clear. So the certainly the more energy you consume, the greater the impact of a change in the energy rate in terms of dollars. I know there's been a lot of discussion about the equal percentage in fuel, and that's not in this fuel case. So nobody's being affected by that in this fuel case.
And I didn't mean to get into that with that specific question. Concerns of affordability, we've been talking about that in this case. It's a very important issue, but that concern applies equally for industrial customers, doesn't it?
I would say it applies for all customers, yes.
Mr. McLaughlin, do you have concerns about where rates are headed generally? And I guess especially taking into consideration some of the testimony we just had from Ms. Bateman about the 30% that's still of investment, which wasn't included here, which I think will be in the next rate case, and other proposed investments that we see on the horizon. We have concerns about where rates are headed generally.
Yes, I do, and I think probably, hopefully, everybody has concerns. Rates have been on an upward trend for probably the last decade. And that is concerning. Most of these costs are not driven by customer and load growth. They're driven by other issues, whether it's environmental or reliability, resiliency, and so the same customers and the same kilowatt hours are being asked to pay for greater costs.
And do you have any projections for, let's say, the next rate case, the sort of rate increases that customers might be expecting?
Not specifically. I do know that there's significant capital spend that the company is projecting outside of the MYRP. So that won't be in rates until the next general rate case. So assuming that there will be a PBR application filed in 3 years or 2.5 when it's filed, when the rates go in effect, you're going to have a pretty significant historic increase, historic base test year increase in addition to whatever is in the MYRP.
And with respect to the MYRP projects, which in this case, would you agree that a good percentage of those projects are not directly caused by compliance with the carbon plan?
I don't have any percentage or estimate on that. Mr. Metz may. I'll let him respond.
You maybe, I believe in my testimony, starting around page 112 and continued over to page 114, I tried to provide a general breakdown of total costs per general areas to maybe put a finer point on it for DEC, MYRP, and non-MYRP capital spend. Distribution would account for 48%.
Okay. Mr. Nader, I think these next questions are probably directed at you. I'd like to ask you some questions about the hourly pricing tariff. I believe you reviewed that as part of your work.
I did.
Okay. And am I correct that the public staff generally takes the view that rates should be based on costs?
I believe that is accurate. Yes, cost causation principles should be used when setting rates.
And you're aware that DEC is proposing a 20% increase in its incentive margin on the HP tariff?
I am.
And were you, I don't know if you heard my exchange with Mr. Beveridge on that point.
I believe I caught snippets of it, yes.
And so did you hear Mr. Beveridge agree that there was no cost study supporting the 20% increase?
I would say, I think I generally remember that part of his testimony. I think if I remember correctly, it was an attempt to align the DEP and DEC hourly pricing rates.
Okay. And you're not aware of a cost study supporting the 20% increase, are you?
I don't recall reviewing one.
And I assume that you didn't hear from any customers advocating for a 20% increase on that particular rate element?
No, I did not.
And do you think it's sufficient support for a rate increase that the rate has been in effect for a certain number of years?
Could you restate that question?
So one of the reasons cited by Duke for adjusting this rate is that it had been in place for a number of years. Do you think just because a rate has been in place for a certain number of years that is a basis for increasing it?
I don't think that a rate that has been static for a number of years is, there's a number of factors that go into the realignment of rates. Certainly, if a rate has been a certain value for an extended period of time, the basis for that rate at the time it was set may have changed. So especially when you're looking at aligning between the two operating companies, that may be a factor that the company used. Certainly the cost associated, with this marginal rate, the value of a marginal megawatt hour may have changed since that rate was set for DEC. So I think there's a lot of factors that can go into that analysis.
Understood. Of course, completely understand. But there's no evidence of any of that in this case, is there? There's no evidence of any of those sorts of changes that you were just describing, supporting adjustment of this particular rate.
Again, going back to the alignment between the operating companies of this schedule, I think that was one of the reasons posited by the company as to why that should occur. There may be others that I'm unaware of.
Mr. Treathen, if I could just interject, I at the risk of once again branding myself as old, I was actually worked on the original HP rate when it was put in place, and I think that it's probably been about 30 years since that happened, maybe a little bit less, hopefully. But the margin that was set in when it was originally proposed was not based on any particular mathematical formula. It was the company was wanting to implement a marginal or an hourly pricing rate that would cover costs and would make some contribution to fixed costs, but there was no magic or mathematical calculation behind the margin that was included in the original application.
And so thank you for that. With respect to the comparison with DEP, are you aware that the DEP rate element is set by reference to the DEP marginal cost? I think that's
Redirecting that question back to
yes,
me.
I'm sorry, back to you, Mr.
That's
Nader.
fine. With regards to the DEP rate, I have not reviewed, the testimony that I submitted within the context of the DEP rate case. I haven't reviewed that since it was submitted. So I wouldn't feel comfortable saying, subject to check. I could agree with that.
Okay. Well, I mean, the tariff will speak for itself as to what's in the tariff. Fair enough. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Redirect.
Mr. McLawhorn, you had a conversation with Ms. Kress on the equal percentage position the public staff is taking in this case. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Understanding you are not the primary witness on this issue, can you discuss timeline of the public staff's change in position on the equal percentage method?
Our focus on that really did not begin until we started investigating the DEP application, which was filed in October of 2022. And that was an issue that we identified as part of our investigation in that case. As this was the first PBR, or it was the first PBR application filed under 951. And so we were reviewing the case and looking at the language of 951 and what it said. And that was how we, that was the process that led us to the decision that this component of rates, major component of rates was not being applied from a causation standpoint.
And the cost of service study that Ms. Kress had you review, do you still have that with you?
I've got it. Can someone remind me which tab it was?
1 second.
53, okay. That's not it.
I
Okay,
believe it was.
I've
yeah.
got it.
Okay.
And I'm looking at tab 49 of the
Yeah.
SIGFR.
That's it. Is it your understanding that this report was completed or filed on January 25th, 2022?
Yes, that's the date that's on there.
And House Bill 951 was enacted in November of 2021. October 2021.
Right, so just a few, 2 or 3 months before this cost of service study came out.
And that cost of service study and the stakeholder process that went into that wasn't done overnight, wasn't?
No, I think it was over a period of about 10 months.
My co-counsel has a few questions.
So this question is for Mr. Nader. Mr. Trathan asked you some questions about Schedule HP. So is the increase in the rates for Schedule HP unique to those customers, or are all customers seeing a change or an increase in their rate in this case?
So I believe the rate increase that Mr. Trathan was referencing was specifically for Schedule HP customers and specifically related to the marginal rate that those customers would experience above their customer baseline. The modification that the company is proposing in this case as it relates to Schedule HP is that all existing customers would be allowed to maintain the CBL they have at this point in time until such time that they seek to change that. Any new customers would be required to reset their CBL every 4 years. The intention there is that as there are changes to the load profile, the usage at a given customer site, the baseline needs to adjust to account for necessary capacity adjustments. If a customer adds significant load but does not adjust their CBL, they could be paying marginal rates for electricity that really needs to be addressed by capacity expansion. And so that my understanding was that it was the reason behind the 4-year readjustment of the CBL, but the company is allowing existing customers to remain with the current CBL until such time as they adjust it.
Thank you. That's all our redirect.
Okay, Commissioner questions. Chair Mitchell?
Good afternoon. Just a few questions for you all. Mr. McLaughlin, Mr. Metz, you all both provide testimony regarding the investigation the public staff undertook in this case. And Mr. McLaughlin, you've provided live testimony today that expounds a bit on the process and the challenges that y'all have encountered and the differences between the magnitude of the task with respect to the multi-year case versus the previous sort of traditional historic test year paradigm we've used in the past. So just a few follow-up questions for you so that I can better understand the landscape. And I'll tell you the reason for my question is because as I hear you all testify, I'm concerned about the public staff's ability to be thorough in its investigation. and the implications both for the customers, the company, and the commission's ability to do its job, and exercise effective oversight, as we obviously would like to do. It's true, isn't it, that the public staff and the company were able to reach settlement on certain of the issues that you all investigated in this case, particularly related to either capital expenditures already close to plant or planned capital expenditures. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so is it safe to assume then that y'all got to a position, the public staff got to a position where it felt comfortable enough with what it had, with the results of its investigation, that it could settle on some of those issues with the company?
We were satisfied with the settlement, yes.
Okay,
Let me just add, as with any settlement, there's give and take. So, it doesn't mean that every issue was weighted equally, but overall, we were satisfied.
And I understand that in the settlement that the public staff's got to give some, the company's got to give some, and nobody's ever really entirely happy with the outcome. But at least I want to make sure it's safe for me to assume that you all felt comfortable enough with the results of your investigation that you could settle on those issues.
We did, and I don't want to leave the impression with anyone that the public staff does not feel like that it did a thorough investigation in this case. I mean, we could always use more time. I mean, part of the time issue, as I noted, was made up by overtime. So 1,600 hours is about 8 months of overtime since January 1st on a cumulative basis. And I'm sure the company has worked a lot of overtime responding to our data requests. So it's a big undertaking.
So, and thank you for that response. And I appreciate the work that has gone into this case and the previous case, both from the public staff standpoint, particularly in light of the overtime y'all have put in, as well as the work the company has done to make its case and facilitate the discovery process. But how much of the challenges that the public staff encountered relate to the fact that the DEP case and now this DEC case are the first times through the multi-year plan, versus this is just a totally different type of exercise or undertaking that y'all expect these challenges to persist even as you get more comfortable with this new paradigm?
Well, certainly there were some learnings, but I'd like for Mr. Metz to respond in more specifics if I could just deflect that to him.
In terms of trying to manage the DEP case while the DEC case was taking place, respecting that listed in testimony, we laid out our challenges that we had in DEP case, laid out in the DEC testimony. We had some discrete different challenges there. All in all, I'd probably say about probably half the amount of overtime, in my view, was due to the 2 rate cases moving in simultaneously.
Okay, that's helpful information. Mr. McLaughlin, did you want to add to that?
And if I could just add, and I know the commission is well aware of this, there was a lot more going on than just these 2 rate cases. So we had the New River rate case, we had the 4 DEC riders, and then we had the 5 DEP riders, and we had gas riders, and we had gas affiliate agreements to deal with. And so we're all aware of the workload, and it's just been a tremendous strain. And other stakeholder groups that we have to take time to meet with, and not saying that we don't want to do that. I mean, we do. It just takes time.
And I don't want to pile on Mr. McLaughlin and call you old, but today
I've already done that to myself.
But you've been around this building for for a while now. Is it, and it's always a busy little place here, but is it busier now, or are you having to spread the public staff's resources differently, or what's happening now versus, let's say, 5 or 6 years ago?
Oh, it's much busier. Even than 5 or 6 years ago. It's tremendously busier than it was, 20 years ago. I guess, I wasn't here during the nuclear build out and the rate cases with that. I did miss that. But from talking with people, I guess you would have to go back to the 70s up to about the mid 80s to find any type of comparable workload, at least on electric matters.
Okay. So sort of getting to, I think we all, the workload is what it is, and we all do our best to get through it, and you all do, I have very much respect for the work that you all do and the time periods that you're given to do it. But we also, we need the public staff to be able to be in a position to be thorough in its investigation, and for the company and the public staff to be in a position to discuss and work together as these cases proceed, and achieve outcomes that are in the public interest. So what, and again, in my view, given that the company and the public staff were able to reach some consensus on certain items in this case, leaves me optimistic that, that it's possible for you all to do the work that you need to do and be comfortable enough to enter into a settlement agreement. But I also, I want to respond to or be responsive to the testimony that you've put into the record about the challenges that y'all have encountered. And certain of the things are outside of this commission's control, such as the timing of the cases and the fact that we've had a number of rate cases this year and other types of proceedings while these 2 big electric rate cases have been going on. But, you all didn't make any specific recommendations, at least I may have missed them. And if I did, I apologize, but you didn't make any specific recommendations about things that the commission could do in terms of setting the schedule for these rate cases that might facilitate the work of the public staff, that you all must do prior to making your recommendations to the commission or engaging in discussions with the company to try to resolve some of the issues that you're seeing in the investigation. Do you have any recommendations, or are there things the commission could be thinking about? Again, with the goal of, ultimately we're serving the public interest here. We want to make sure the public staff's in a position to do its work, and we want to make sure the company and the public staff continue to be in a position to try to resolve differences. How do we do that?
I'm not sure I have any that would recommendations that wouldn't run afoul of the law, but I can
Please don't
say,
give me those.
yeah, no. But I can say that it is my understanding that the public staff intends to file a motion to reconsider some of the rules as they currently exist, and initiate a proceeding on that sometime after the rate cases are over. So that's really all I can say about that right now.
Okay.
If I
Go ahead.
may,
Go ahead.
if I can add one thing, another item that came at least out of the settlement in the DEC case is that the public staff and the company would work to establish guidelines on the information that is provided in the filing. That has been a challenge and a nice word from our view on some of the timeline issues that have compounded, especially when you have pancake rate cases.
Okay. Okay. All right. Anything else that would be helpful for this commission to understand as we move forward about the process here with these cases?
Probably just going to be expanded, I hope, in future rulemaking on this.
Okay, well, we will look forward to hearing from everybody in the context of a rulemaking, assuming that materializes. All right, I have nothing further. Thank you all.
Other commission questions? So I also share Chair Mitchell's concerns and look forward to that motion for reconsideration of the rule to see how we can help streamline the process. So I had one question, then I have one staff question. Mr. McLaughlin, in answering a question, you mentioned several reasons for the upward pressure on rates, including reliability issues. And within that reliability bucket, are you including end of life and aging infrastructure? Would that be included in your reliability?
Yes, it was meant to be all inclusive.
Okay, thank you. And then the one staff question that I have, if you could just speak generally, it's about the cost of service study stipulation and talking about the modified average and excess method. Could you just talk from a cost causation standpoint, the non-coincident peak demand, adding into that coincident peak demand, and which does the public staff feel is preferable?
Well, we fully support the stipulation that was entered into between SIGFR and the public staff and DEC and DEP. So I'll just start out by saying that, or otherwise we wouldn't have entered into it. As Chair Mitchell noted, when you enter into stipulations, no party gets everything they want. And I think that this would be one of those cases.
Let's speak generally, high level.
Okay. It is not my preference to use non-coincident peak, but that is that is what the average and excess method utilizes. So I would prefer to use coincident peaks, although there is an adjustment in this, and I think Ms. Hager talked, or in response to questions, talked extensively about that in the DEP case, in which the non-coincident or the excess portion, which is based on non-coincident peak, was adjusted so that it fit within, so it didn't exceed the coincident peak, but the class non-coincident peaks, the way they were allocated, were still based on their share of the non-coincident peaks. I know that's getting pretty dense, and I don't to lose anybody, but so the modified average in excess, which is what we stipulated to, is the use of the non-coincident peak is not what I would have preferred if I got everything I wanted out of this, but it's better than it would have been. So I'll leave it like that.
Okay, thank you for that. And so now questions on commission questions.
Just
Drack?
Thank you. Just a few quick ones. So we've had a brief discussion about opportunities for thinking about how to streamline or improve processes for future PBRA cases. And Mr. Metz, you mentioned the stipulation entered into with the company that included in a commitment to work on a project documentation framework for MYRP projects for future rate cases. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And is it your memory that the company and the public staff worked through a similar project documentation framework coming out of the last rate case that applied to historic capital projects?
Yes, and I'll add that was a very beneficial process from at least my view.
Okay. And that's kind of where I was going next. So you would agree that that collaborative effort that resulted in that framework coming out last rate case streamlined your review of historic projects in this case?
Not in full. That process will be fully integrated in the next general rate case. There are a series of historic projects that still follow the older methodology, which was more time intensive to gather the project documentation. The newer methodology, simply when we start that initial data request sample, will be able to give us all the project documentation up front because it's like a library. All that information already be stored with the project, so we can reduce approximately probably 4 weeks on each discovery item right out the gate without, the assumption is that we fully implemented, with few exceptions, most likely in the next rate case, because some capital projects take multiple years to complete.
Yeah. And thank you for that clarification and putting aside the transition period to getting to that new, fully implementing that framework in general. You're comfortable that that new framework, once fully implemented, is going to make, at least make in part, your audit process more efficient.
That is correct.
And would you agree that generally speaking, that's the goal of our commitments in terms of efforts for MYRP projects, to similarly come up with an agreed upon structure for making the audit process more efficient?
That is correct. We do not want to reoccur the same learnings that we had in this case.
And based on the track record from working that out on the last rate case with respect to historic projects, do you feel reasonably comfortable that we can, that the company and public staff can come up with a similarly efficient structure for review of project documentation that will aid the public staff in its review of in future MYRP cases?
That is correct. And then to give context, it would probably be impossible to create a one-size-fits-all solution given the different magnitude of capital projects that take place across the different utilities functions. So that will probably take a little bit more time to resolve. But yes, I believe we can work through them.
Thank you. And then one last general question for you, Ms. McLaughlin, based on questions from Chair Mitchell around the stipulation. Again, just to confirm, ultimately, as a result of the tremendous effort and overtime hours of the public staff was able to get comfortable through its audit efforts to support the stipulation, the revenue requirement stipulation, and the amended revenue requirement stipulation as was ultimately executed between the parties, correct?
Yes, we're comfortable with the stipulation, and as I said, we stand behind it.
Okay. And as between the company and the public staff, as reflected in the amended revenue requirement stipulation, the only items identified as unresolved that impact the revenue requirement remaining in the case is ROE, capital structure, and COVID-19 costs, correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. There are no other questions? Mr. Magriora.
Just real briefly, Menashe Magru on behalf of NCJC et al. And Vote Solar. I believe one of the questions Chair Mitchell had for the panel was specifically with respect to the workload that the public staff has been engaged in between the two rate cases and other proceedings that have taken place. Do y'all recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
And I think one of the questions specifically that you responded to was sort of the idea of these cases kind of being stacked upon each other in addition to the other proceedings that y'all are working on. Is that right?
Yes.
It's my recollection in the E-100 sub 178 docket, the public staff made a recommendation in the comments that the commission consider, I believe, a rate case schedule where rate cases would basically be separated, I believe, by some month period. I think 6 months is what comes to mind. Do you recall that recommendation?
I know we recommended a separation, yes.
Would the public staff, or does the public staff intend to make a similar recommendation in the motion to reconsider that the panel opined upon, or at least proposed?
I don't know.
Okay. No further questions.
Mr. Josie? Nothing further? Okay, gentlemen, thank you for your testimony today. We truly appreciate it, and you all may be excused.
Thank you.
And I will take motions.
The public staff moves Mr. Metz's exhibits 1 through 5 into the record.
Without objection, that motion is allowed.
And Commissioner Duffy, SIGFR 3 would move its McLaughlin, Metz, and Nader direct cross-examination exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 4 into the record.
Without objection, that motion is allowed.
Thank you.
This is Ann Keyworth for the public staff.
Okay, let me swear them in. Okay, left hand on the Bible, raise your right. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will be giving today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
I do.
Ms. Zong, would you please state your name, business address, and current position for the record?
Yes, my name is Fan Zhang. My business address is 430 South Bird Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. My title is Public Utilities Regulatory Supervisor of the Accounting Division.
Thank you. And on July 19th, 2023, did you prepare and cause to be pre-filed direct joint testimony in this docket consisting of 59 pages, 2 appendices, and 3 exhibits?
Yes, we do.
And did your testimony contain confidential information?
Yes, we do.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed direct joint testimony?
Yes.
And when do you intend on making those?
The public staff correction will be filed with the supplemental filing, which will be likely occur about first or second week of October.
And did you prepare a summary of your joint testimony, and did you file that summary in docket E7 sub 1276A?
Yes, we do.
Ms. Boswell, would you please state your name, business address, and current position for the record?
Michelle Boswell, 430 North Salisbury Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. I'm the accounting director with the public staff.
On July 19th, 2023, did you prepare and cause to be pre-filed direct joint testimony in this docket consisting of 59 pages, 2 appendices, and 3 exhibits?
Yes.
And did that direct joint testimony include confidential information?
It did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to make to your pre-filed direct joint testimony?
All public staff corrections will be handled within the October 13th supplemental filing by the public staff.
And did you prepare a summary of your joint testimony and file that summary in docket E7 sub 1276A?
Yes.
Chair Mitchell, at this time I move that I'm sorry, Commissioner Duffy.
You're not the first to do that, so you're good.
At this time, I move that the pre-filed direct joint testimony and the summary of testimony of public staff witnesses Zong and Boswell be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand, and that the exhibits previously described be marked for identification as pre-marked.
The joint direct testimony of Zong and Boswell filed on July 19th, 2023, consisting of 59 pages, 2 appendices, and will be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand. The 3 exhibits will be marked for identification as pre-filed, and those testimony and exhibits contain confidential information. The summary shall be entered into the record and copied into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you, Commissioner Duffy. The panel is available for cross-examination and questions from the commission.
Okay, it looks like Ms. Kress is to begin.
Thank you, Commissioner Duffy. Good afternoon, Ms. Boswell and Ms. Zhang. Please feel free to answer these questions, whoever feels like they are the most appropriate person to answer. The first question is going to pertain to the transmission cost allocation adjustment stipulation between the public staff and the company. To whom should I direct that question?
You can ask it and we will try to answer it to the best of our ability.
Great. So, Ms. Boswell, can you point me to any statutory authority supporting the adjustment agreed to in that stipulation?
This adjustment is recommended by our witness Matt. So I think it will be, if you want the detail, because if it's just statutory, then I think our legal may be the source.
Neither of us are attorneys, so as
Yeah.
far as what statute it relates to, I would have to look to my attorneys on that.
Thank you. Can you point me to any precedent for such an adjustment that has been agreed to by this stipulation?
Not from the stand today, no.
With respect to the overtime that the public staff has incurred during its investigation into this rate case, we have heard testimony this morning from the Energy Division staff, and I would like to pose the same question to the Accounting Division staff. What amount of overtime would you estimate, as you sit here today, investigating the DEC rate case?
I honestly don't know. I know that we have worked every day that it ends in Y. I have an amazing staff who has not looked at me and said no to working holidays, weekends, evenings. They have come in after car accidents and still performed their duties and stayed late. Unfortunately, I don't have a number of hours because we haven't been able to stop long enough to calculate it.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Drack.
No questions.
Okay, Commissioner questions? No. Okay, staff has a few questions for you. So going to your accounting exhibit number 1, schedule 3-1G.
Yes, ma'am.
Line 7, you list a total amount of $194,385 for COVID deferral balance per DEC. Would you work with DEC and file a late filed exhibit before the close of the hearing that breaks down the total deferred amount into the same category included on page 23? You may want to write this one down. Page 23, line 9 of DEC's COVID panel's 3rd supplemental filing. And witness Abernathy, for example, allows for each component of the deferral, such as waived customer fees, bad debt expense, employee safety costs, costs for remote work. Those are a couple of examples. And then could you also please provide a late filed exhibit regarding your recommended deferral balance included on line 16 of accounting exhibit 1, schedule 3-1G in the same format?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. The second staff question is, without stating the confidential amounts, could you walk us through how you determined the North Carolina retail O&M reductions to the COVID deferral that you discuss in your direct testimony beginning on page 41, line 16? And can you describe the types of cost included as savings?
Those were in response to a data request by the public staff that the company provided. And those include in part, employee expense and postage savings. And the differentials between what was included for the company's actuals versus budgeted for 2020 and 2021.
Okay, and staff also wants a late filed exhibit. And when I say prior to the close of the hearing, obviously, if it cannot be done next week, we have an end date that you can provide with the supplemental testimony that lists each of the accounts and the corresponding confidential amount that the public staff used to offset that deferral.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the next question is, DEC proposes to continue deferral of the COVID-19 related bad debt expense until the next rate case. And the public staff, you did not address this issue in the pre-filed testimony. And so now that you've received additional information from DEC, have you established a position on the continued deferral of bad debt expense until the next rate case?
We would recommend that it not be, strictly from the standpoint that, as we stated in our testimony, the bad debt that's been projected by the company is subjective and on their based on a system level, which includes both jurisdictionally North and South Carolina. And since there are differences between what South Carolina did and what North Carolina did, as the company has stated, we think it's inappropriate to include South Carolina within the confines of that calculation. Additionally, we also have concerns with some of the steps that the company has taken up to and including further data request response. They've changed the number of days for which uncollectibles are calculated. And so we think for those reasons that it shouldn't be included going forward in a deferral going forward.
Okay, and moving to the it's work paper DEC's work paper NC 1010-5. It's dealing with the uncollectibles and the percentage. So that uncollectible amount is 37.2 million. Would you agree with that, subject to check?
Subject to check, yes.
Okay, and do you agree with the percentage DEC included in its application, the 0.5847%?
We did not make an adjustment to that within the confines of this case. We had concerns regarding the percentage that they calculated because, again, it includes both North Carolina and South Carolina jurisdictional, as they have historically. However, we feel as though in this case, given COVID, that should have been broken out, that there was substantial enough differences between how the two states handled the COVID impact, that should have been calculated on a jurisdictional basis to provide the insight as far as to whether or not North Carolina ratepayers should be paying that percentage. Unfortunately, due to all of the work before us and the complicated nature of untangling that, we chose not to make an adjustment and instead just put in our testimony our concerns regarding.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, commission questions? Okay, questions on commission?
I have a question about the updates, just the magnitude of the updates. There appear to have been significant adjustments made by the company in the sequential updates that it's filed in this case. And I'll ask Ms. Bateman, I'm giving Ms. Bateman the heads up right now. I'll ask her the same thing, but why do y'all have an understanding of why those updates were as significant as they were?
Based off of what I can tell you from the stand today without my books before me, I believe there was over 1 billion in plant ads in May and June. I believe it was 1.3, subject to check. So that was most of the update for May and June.
Okay. Okay. Well, I will, anything else that you can tell me about those updates? I mean, I recognize Anything else you can tell me about those updates?
Not off the cuff.
Okay. Okay, that's, okay. All right, that's all. Thank you.
Questions on commission questions? Ms. Keyworth?
Yeah, I have just a couple. Commissioner Duffley asked you about the O and M reduction, to file a late filed exhibit based off the O and M reduction adjustment that you made. Did that adjustment, incorporate, savings due to remote work and overtime call center?
Yes, it did.
And to your knowledge, is the company still engaging in remote work practices?
Yes, it is, per our, correspondence with the company, 90% of their staff works, remote, either full-time or part-time. Only 10% of their staff approximately reports to their locations every day.
And to your knowledge, was the amount sought by the company for call center overtime above the amount already included in their cost of service?
No. Hold on. Was the amount of call center overtime sought for recovery above the amount?
Was the amount sought by the company for call center overtime, right, was it in excess of the amount that was already included in their call center, I'm sorry, in their cost of service?
I believe that all of the call center overtime costs were already included in the last rate case cost of service, so
Okay.
yes.
Thank you. And that's all I have for questions.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate your testimony today, and you may be excused.
Thank you.
And I will take motions.
Commissioner Duffley, the public staff moves that the exhibits attached to both the pre-filed direct joint testimony of public staff witnesses Zong and Boswell be entered into the record and marked for identification as pre-marked.
And without objection, that motion is allowed. And we have come to our lunch break for the day. We will come back on the record at 2 o'clock. We'll go off the record. On the record, good afternoon. So before we begin with Mr. Williamson, as I understand it, we have a pending SIGFR motion request to excuse witness Collins, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, that motion is granted.
Thank you.
Okay, if you could, place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will provide this afternoon will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do. Good evening, or good afternoon, Tom Felling with Public Staff. Mr. Williamson, would you please state your name, business address, and current position for the record?
Sure. My name is David Williamson, and my address is 430 North Salisbury Street, Raleigh, North Carolina, and I am an engineer with the Public Staff's Energy Division.
On July 19th, did you prepare and cause to be pre-filed in this docket testimony in question and answer format consisting of 52 pages and 2 appendices?
I did.
Do you have any changes or correction to your pre-filed direct testimony?
I do not.
If you were asked those same questions today while testifying from the witness stand, would your answers be the same?
They would.
And on August 29th, did you prepare and cause to be pre-filed a summary of your testimony in the E-7 sub 1276A docket?
I did.
And Presiding Commissioner Duffley, at this time, I would move that the pre-filed direct testimony, appendices to that testimony, and summary of the testimony of public staff witness David Williamson be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand and entered at the appropriate times.
The direct testimony of witness Williamson filed on July 19th, 2023, consisting of 52 pages and 2 appendices, will be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand, and his summary will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you, Presiding Commissioner Duffley. Mr. Williamson is now available for cross-examination.
Ms. Kress?
Yes, Commissioner Duffley, Blue Ridge does have a procedural and evidentiary matter to bring to the commission's attention now that Mr. Williamson's direct testimony has been entered into the record.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Williamson indicated in his direct testimony his intent to file supplemental testimony with respect to the issue of revenue apportionment and the public staff's recommendations regarding how the final revenue requirement in this rate case will be apportioned among retail customer classes. Blue Ridge reserved time to cross-examine this witness regarding those anticipated recommendations, which based on the pre-hearing conference, we understood from commission staff that it was the commission's expectation that a witness's testimony be filed in advance of the witness taking the stand. As we sit here today, it is my understanding, unless something has changed in the docket that I'm not aware of, that Mr. Williamson has still not filed that supplemental testimony containing those recommendations regarding the revenue apportionment issue. And it's further my understanding that he intends to do so as part of the supplemental filings that the public staff has indicated on the record they will be making in mid-October. And with all due respect, Blue Ridge takes the position that is unfair to allow one party to basically have the last word after all of the other parties' witnesses have already been excused and all of the other evidence has been heard. The other parties have already been litigating this issue throughout the week, this week. And it is essentially allowing one party to play by a different set of rules than the other parties to this case. And for all of those reasons, Blue Ridge would object to the public staff being allowed to file this supplemental testimony on this issue at that late date in mid-October, and is looking to the commission for guidance on how to proceed today in light of the fact that its cross time was reserved to cross about that one specific issue, and that testimony is not in the record.
Mr. Felling?
Thank you, Presiding Commissioner Duffley. The public staff has made every effort to be as transparent as we can in our plan and updates to the commission and to the parties along the way on both the difficulties we've had with fully auditing the supplemental updates that have been made to the company's application and the kind of voluminous work that can be involved in that, and recognizing that that is an unusual circumstance that, you know, it puts all parties in a unique position. But our plan has not been a secret. We filed a letter on how to proceed, or how we intended to proceed in the docket on August 1st. Note with copies to all interveners, notifying them that we would not be filing supplemental testimony for the parties that needed to do so until during or after the hearing. We've updated the commission along the way. Even throughout this hearing, we've identified the specific witnesses, including public staff witness Williamson, and provided a date certain on when that testimony would be filed. So.
And that date certain is?
I believe we indicated that was October 13th.
Okay.
And I think we gave that update on Tuesday morning at the commission's request.
Correct.
And so I also would note that there's been numerous witnesses public staff witnesses who are in the same position as Mr. Williamson, who will be providing supplemental testimony, who have already been testified and been released by the commission, and there hasn't been a similar objection. So I would note that, you know, to the extent that this objection should have been made earlier, it's now being made just with respect to Mr. Williamson. But, you know, we'll defer. This was also a similar instance that occurred in the DEP rate case hearing where supplemental testimony was filed. So certainly acknowledge that it's an unusual circumstance, but this is not one that has surprised or should prejudice any party based on kind of the procedure that we've followed along the way. So it asks that motion be denied.
May I briefly be
Yes.
heard in response? Thank you. Just two quick points. The reason why this request, or this objection rather, is being lodged with respect to this witness and not with respect to the public staff's other witnesses who intend to file supplemental testimony is because this is an issue that does not require completion of the public staff's audit or its investigation into the company's updates for them to file this testimony and take a position on this issue. In the DEP rate case, the public staff ended up supporting the methodology that the company had proffered testimony regarding 10 months prior to the testimony being filed as a supplemental filing 6 weeks after the close of the evidentiary hearing. It required reconvening of the hearing, which I believe that will be a very similar, if not identical, request that would have to be made by the parties in this rate case. But it is our position that still does not make Blue Ridge or SIG 3 for that matter whole, because we will not have an opportunity to rebut that evidence through either our own witness or other parties' witnesses at that late stage in the game. And it essentially gives the public staff the final word after having seen this issue be litigated during the evidentiary hearing and having the benefit of seeing the parties' proposed orders and briefs, and seeing the arguments that are taken throughout. And for those reasons, frankly, I understand everything Mr. Felling said, but it remains that this is a due process issue.
And I have one question. What SIG witnesses do you still have that haven't been dismissed or released that would be used to rebut Mr. Williamson's testimony?
Well, respectfully, if Mr. Williamson is going to be allowed to file supplemental testimony, then SIG 3 does intend to request an opportunity to have our witness who has previously filed testimony on this same issue be heard at the same time that cross-examination of Mr. Williamson as to that supplemental testimony occurs.
Okay. Mr. Felling?
Thank you, Presiding Commissioner Duffley. Just to clarify a few things there. the public staff has never issued a recommended revenue apportionment or recommended rates before we had a recommended revenue requirement. And so in the DEP case, the agreement that Ms. Kress referenced that we came to with the company occurred after we had already reached our recommended revenue requirement, which we have not done in this case. So the notion that the public staff can at this point propose recommended revenue apportionment and rates is not correct based on public staff policy. And that was something that had been addressed also with your questioning with the Reed and Bird panel. I think I elicited some questions about their familiarity with whether the public staff had ever had a recommended revenue apportionment before we had a recommended revenue requirement. They just not aware of that in the circumstance where we had. So.
Okay, thank you. I'm not going to make a ruling at this time to the extent your objection is a motion, but it's my understanding that any of your reserved cross was for the supplemental and you do not have questions at this time for Mr. Williamson.
That's correct. And we would just request that we reserve the right to cross-examine on any potential supplemental filings that occur from this witness.
I note that request.
Thank you. Moving on then, I believe I'm also next up on the list for SIG 3.
Correct. You may
And-
proceed.
Thank you. And just for the record, SIG 3 does join Blue Ridge in the objections that were just lodged, which I will not repeat.
Duly noted.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Williamson, if you could, please, sir, tell me, to the extent that you know, for the company's last 4 general rate cases filed with the commission, what was the interclass cross-subsidy reduction proposed by the company and then approved by the commission?
Going back, are you talking about specifically for DEC?
Specifically for DEC, that's correct.
Going back 4 rate cases, I can't specifically tell you what the percentage cross-subsidization reduction percentage was for all 4 of those cases. But I do note that in the last case, that was their proposed cross-subsidization reduction percentage.
Okay. If you could, since is it your testimony that you do not know off the top of your head?
I do not know off the top of my head.
Okay. To help you refresh your recollection, if you could, please, sir, turn with me to SIG 3's potential redirect examination exhibit 62.
Ms. Kress, you trailed off there. Redirect.
Exhibit 62.
62. Thank you.
And Commissioner Duffley, we would request that this document be marked as SIG 3 D. Williamson Direct Cross Exhibit number 1, please.
So marked.
Thank you.
Is it 63?
62.
Okay.
So, Mr. Williamson, if you could turn to page 2 of this exhibit. This is a data request that SIG 3 sent to the company. And the request was in part that the company provide the information I just asked you to provide. So do you have any reason to disagree with or dispute the information that is contained in this response to SIG 3's data request?
No, I do not, but I would like to highlight that in the first set, the E-7 sub 1026 case, it does appear that while the company did request a 25% interclass cross-subsidy reduction, the commission actually approved a lower percentage in that case.
And then in the sub 1146 case, the company requested 25% and the commission approved 25%, correct?
That's right. And the same thing for 1214. And then we are in the current case, which is being proposed. But what that tells me is that 25% it's a proposal, but it's not necessarily a requirement.
And the basic customer charge increase that was proposed versus approved for the last 4 rate cases, do you have any reason to disagree with the numbers and the percentages that the company provided in its response to this data request?
There's no indication of what customer classes this basic customer charges are being applied to.
Thank you. And if you could turn now with me to SIG for 3, potential cross-examination exhibit 39. And Commissioner Duffley, we would request that this document be marked SIG for 3, D. Williamson, direct cross-examination exhibit number 2.
It will be so marked.
Thank you. Mr. Williamson, do you recall, oh, I'm sorry, let me let you get there.
Yeah, so it's deep in the folder. I'm here.
Mr. Williamson, have you seen this document before?
I believe this was a cross-exhibit examination from the DEP case.
Have you had an opportunity to read it aside from the time that you saw it in the DEP rate case?
I have not. Outside of the rate cases, there's been a number of other dockets that have required my attention. I haven't had the luxury to go into reading mode yet.
So no reading for pleasure, understood. Okay. Are you aware that this document has some analysis and some opinions pertaining to cross-subsidy of low usage customers by high usage customers?
I mean, there's a potential for opinions on how to deal with cross-subsidization. One report from one author isn't necessarily a reflection of what the only possibilities that are available to a state or a commission for what they can do.
And you said one opinion on how to deal with cross-subsidization. What is your opinion on how to deal with interclass cross-subsidization?
That consistent with House Bill 951, that it needs to be minimized to the greatest extent practicable. Now, I will note that minimized is a very particular word, in my opinion, because it doesn't necessarily mean that, elimination should occur. It just means that it needs to be taken into consideration when issuing cross-subsidization into matters. It doesn't necessarily mean that they cannot exist.
And Mr. Williamson, are you familiar with the public staff's 4 guiding principles?
Yes.
What are those guiding principles?
I have them in my testimony laid out. So page 35 of my direct testimony gets into the rate design principles of the public staff. And the first one, which these principles have been around for a number of years, but the first one says to limit any revenue increase assigned to any customer class such that each class is assigned an increase that is no more than 2 percentage points greater than the overall jurisdictional revenue percentage increase, thus avoiding rate shock. The second is to maintain a plus or minus 10% band of reasonableness for the rate of returns relative to the overall jurisdictional rate of return, such that to the extent possible, the class rate of return stays within the band of reasonableness following assignment of the proposed revenue changes. The third being that move each customer class toward parity with the overall jurisdictional rate of return. And then the fourth one is minimize subsidization of customer classes by other customer classes. And again, the word minimized is used there as well. So it's not necessarily a statement that elimination is the goal. It's just to make sure that it doesn't get out of hand.
And so you said those principles have been around for a long time. Since when exactly have they been around?
I don't have an exact date for you, but I do know that the rates witnesses before me, Jack Floyd and James McLaughlin, have been advocating them on behalf of the public staff for as long as they've been the rates witnesses for a long time.
So is it fair to say they've been around since before the enactment into law of House Bill 951?
That's right.
Okay.
That's correct.
And do you know how those principles were developed?
They were, well, I don't know the origin of how they were created, but they're an attempt for the public staff to assess how to apportion revenues in a reasonable manner to the rate classes that are within the company's portfolio of classes.
Do you know whether the commission has ever explicitly ordered the use of those rate-making principles in any prior rate case?
I do not know. However, the public staff stands behind these principles with every electric general rate case. And so we intend to advocate on these principles for the foreseeable future.
Could you please define rate shock?
So rate shock is going to be when rates jump for a particular customer or customer class unexpectedly to a high degree, as far as what the threshold is, as far as what's considered rate shock and what's not. I don't believe there is a defined percentage.
Okay. Is it fair to say that rate shock is a function of the utility's overall requested increase?
So the company's overall requested increase is a function of their requested increase based off of capital spending to their revenue requirement and how they have apportioned out those revenues to the customer classes. I believe they have taken into account by the use of their cross-subsidization reduction percentage as an attempt to deal with rate shock.
Thank you. And I believe this will be my final line of questioning for the same reason as previously indicated. But if you could turn with me to potential cross exhibit number 40. And Commissioner Duffley, if I may have this marked SIGFR 3 D Williamson direct cross-examination exhibit number 3.
It is so marked.
Thank you. So if you could, Mr. Williamson, turn with me to the second page, and it's the paragraph that begins at the very bottom of that page. And it says, in dealing with an affordability problem, policymakers can apply one of 3 broad approaches: increasing the incomes of poor households, lowering the share of the utility bill for which the customer is responsible for paying, or reducing the customer's utility usage. Do you see that paragraph?
I do see that paragraph, and I guess to give the whole article context, it's an opinion article as it's accurately states up at the top corner, of the same author of the report that we just finished in the previous, the potential exhibit 39. So it's an opinion article of an economist. And so I wanted to get that out there just to set the stage of what we're talking about. But could you repeat your question?
So the question is, do you agree with that statement about the three broad approaches one could take to deal with the affordability problem?
So again, it's an opinion article. It's his opinion article on how to deal with affordability. I think I need to go back into my testimony because I think I addressed it there as well. And so on page 17 of my direct testimony, I'm discussing affordability concerns, and I point out how energy efficiency and bill assistance are tools, and I'm kind of quoting from my testimony, are tools in mitigating impacts from continual increases in electricity rates. And so, like I was saying, his opinion on how to deal with affordability somewhat differs from the two that I mentioned in my testimony.
So is it your testimony that you disagree with this statement?
I believe that with the control that the commission has, they have the authority to control energy efficiency and bill assistance tools within regards to dealing with affordability issues. There could be more, but my understanding that currently these are the avenues that are available.
What is the total level of cap payments estimated to be provided by the company on an annual basis?
The total level of cap payments?
Correct.
Paid for by the company.
To be provided by the company, I believe is what I said.
Okay. So the cap, it's a recipients of the, I guess for the court reporters, the customer assistance program. The recipients of the cap would receive a $42 bill credit on their bill on a monthly basis.
Yes, and what is the total annual cost of the cap program?
I believe that is laid out in Duke Energy Carolina's Witnesses Harris, one of his exhibits. I don't have the total dollar amount in front of me.
Okay. Do you know whether DEC continues to include uncollectible expenses in base rates that it's proposing in this rate case?
My understanding would be yes, but you would need to ask to the magnitude of that to the accounting witness.
So is it fair to say then you probably also aren't going to be able to answer a question about what the level of uncollectible expenses is being included by the company in base rates?
That's correct. They would know the magnitude of uncollectibles.
Do you know whether the magnitude of uncollectibles is changing at all with the CAP pilot program that's being proposed by the stipulating parties?
I don't know if I can answer that question. Again, I think you would probably need to address that with the accounting witnesses.
Okay, so you don't know then whether the level of uncollectible expenses included in base rates is going to change as a result of the CAP program?
Presiding Commissioner Duffley, I'd just say that this is asked and answered at this point. He's been asked the same question a few different ways and said that he's not the witness for this and it's also not within his knowledge.
Commissioner Duffley, he is testifying about the CAP program in his direct testimony. And this is a question that is attempting to go to what, if any, benefits might exist for non-participating customers as a result of the CAP program?
Overruled. Answer best you can.
Sure. To the answer of the benefits that non-participants would be receiving, I think to answer that statement, I think that's kind of one of the objectives of the 3-year pilot that was agreed to in the affordability stipulation. Over that 3 years, the company, Duke Energy Carolinas, should be well informed to, or have access to be able to provide an analysis on kind of how this particular pilot program is impacting all customers. As far as how in-depth that analysis is, I don't know if we're quite at that point. I think they need to develop that analysis first, but I think that is the intention of the pilot, is to be well more informed on total impact by the conclusion of that pilot.
So you answered a different question than you were asked, which is fine. I'm happy to move on. Did you do anything to verify that the company has included a lower level of uncollectibles in proposed rates as compared to current rates?
That is a question for the accounting witness. They reviewed the uncollectibles buckets.
If the company has included, well, let me back up. Are you able to testify, as you sit here today, anything at all with respect to the company's uncollectibles?
I am not.
Okay. The rest of SIGFR 3's questions go to what I anticipate will be contained in Mr. Williamson's supplemental testimony.
I understand that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Tratham?
No question.
Thank you. Mr. Snowden?
Thank you, Presiding Commissioner. Ben Snowden for the North Carolina League of Municipalities. Mr. Williamson, it's nice to see you this afternoon.
Nice to see you.
Mr. Williamson, did you happen to hear Mr. Beveridge's testimony the other day about allocation among retail classes?
Briefly.
I'm not expecting you to have memorized it.
Yeah.
The multi-year rate plan statute requires Duke to minimize interclass subsidies to the greatest extent practical by the end of the MYR period, doesn't it?
It does.
Okay. Did you hear Mr. Beveridge's testimony the other day that he thought that a 10% variance reduction would accomplish that goal?
I think that is an approach. One of the reasons why the public staff is kind of waiting to get a final revenue requirement number is that our analysis doesn't necessarily apply a flat across the board cross subsidization reduction percentage. Is a mouthful. It doesn't necessarily apply that. We essentially look at where the individual customer classes are and how much they need to move with regards to making movement closer to parity, the 1.0, the alignment with the rate of return for the retail class. And so some customer classes may not need as much movement as the others, but ultimately it's trying to make movement to within that plus or minus 10% of the band.
Thank you. So if I understand you correctly, you're saying that a different variance reduction might be appropriate for different customer classes?
Like I said, that it isn't a method for dealing with cross subsidization. It's not a method that the public staff applies. Like I said, we look at how far or how much movement a particular customer class needs to make with regards to getting closer towards that band of reasonableness.
Okay. Would the level of rate increase that is faced by a particular customer class in terms of a percentage rate increase, would that affect your analysis on what level of subsidy reduction was appropriate for the particular class?
So we have to look at all of it and kind of balance we have to look at how, and it kind of goes back to the term of gradualism. We kind of have to understand that if a customer class is severely fall out of parity with regards to the band of reasonableness that we try to move classes toward. Obviously, making them move from, let's just say, a 0.1 all the way up to a 0.9, that may not necessarily be an appropriate approach over 1 year. It's applying some gradualism in the knowledge of a multi-year rate case, which is what we're in, and the presumption that we're going to get on a systematic approach with this would allow for a greater ability to give classes that are severely out of I'm gonna say line, but they're out of parity with the retail level class rate of return. We have the ability to make motion slowly over time while still bringing them closer toward parity.
But you would agree, wouldn't you, that as revenues are reallocated among customer classes, it's important to make that reallocation gradually and avoid rate shock?
Yes, we have to, like I said, we have to observe all of those factors. We have to ensure that the revenue requirements being recovered completely. We have to make sure that certain classes aren't experiencing a drastic increase in rates over the course of a 1-year period. And then, yeah, I think that's it. It's just, it's more of being aware of where customer classes are currently as of the test year and where after the increase in revenue requirement is applied and distributed, how much is a reasonable approach to that customer class with regards to its ask for an increase.
Thank you. So you said drastic rate increase. Could you quantify what a drastic rate increase is?
I don't think that I have a number for drastic, no.
Okay, thank you. I didn't expect that you would. A few moments ago, Ms. Kresk asked you to define rate shock, and you understood, couldn't put a number on it, but I believe you defined it as, in part, as when rates jump unexpectedly to a high degree. Did I get that right?
Yes, that's what I said.
Okay. Would you agree that when retail rates for a particular customer class go up significantly because of a change in the way the utility studies the cost of service, that increase would be unexpected?
So the cost of service in this case has been settled on by a number of parties. And even though a number of parties didn't sign the settlement, there are also an additional number of parties that agreed to that stipulation in their direct testimony. You look puzzled, so it was CUCA in their direct testimony agreed with the stipulation as well. And so that cost of service overall was an agreement that it is more appropriate in the way that the utility is planning and building and operating its grid to move towards a function that the modified average and excess can provide.
Well, I'd like to set aside the question of whether it's appropriate to change the cost of service methodology and go back to my original question, which was if a rate increase for a particular customer class goes up because of a change in cost of service methodology, and that customer class had not agreed to that change, that would be an unexpected change, wouldn't it?
It depends on the level of the change. Every class is going to be experiencing a change in their revenue responsibility as a result of this change in cost of service. But I think all of the parties in the stipulation agreed that this was a reasonable cost of service model to apply.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Redirect.
Thank you. Mr. Williamson, are you aware of any statute, rule, court opinion, or commission order that defines rate shock or sets a value at which rate shock is per se present?
I do not. If, yeah, I don't know of any.
And I think your testimony in the DEP rate case and your pre-filed direct testimony was that the change in the cost of service methodology from the 12 CP, so from the single CP to the 12 CP MAE presented some challenges in apportioning revenues. And because of it, do you recall that testimony?
I do.
And why was that in that case? And this is to follow up on some of the questions that Mr. Snowden was asking you.
Sure. So in that case, there was a situation where the lighting class had a subclass called, it was generally the lighting class, but there was a class in the lighting class called the sports field lighting that because of their size and because of the characteristics of that customer class, the change in cost of service was impacting them more heavily than the other classes.
And how did that make apportioning revenue more challenging? I think as you just used the word challenge.
Well, for that particular class, it made it incredibly challenging, trying to balance gradualism and the level of revenue requirement that was due to them. Because of the size of the class, and I believe I addressed it in Duke Energy Progress hearing as well, it's a function of the revenue requirement for that class is so small that any amount of dollars that would be associated with going toward that class would be represented in a much larger percent.
And understanding that you haven't filed testimony of apportioning revenue in this case, but do you expect that there's the potential for those same challenges in apportioning revenues to be present in this case because of the proposed change in cost of service methodology?
To the degree of what the sports field lighting was experiencing, no.
And I think you had a question earlier about talking about balancing, or your response was, balancing the public staffs for revenue apportionment principles. Are you aware of any prior circumstances where the public staff has been able to file recommended revenue apportionment or rates where they could say, we've met all four of these principles, we've nailed all of them?
And making me go back in time, and I think some of that might be before my time. So I don't know if I could accurately answer that question.
And let me actually I'll withdraw that question then, since it's outside, maybe calling for broader than your experience. But do you expect that is it routinely difficult to meet the requirements or to satisfy all of those principles at the same time when proposing revenue apportionment in an electric rate case, in your experience?
Yeah, it's definitely it's a challenge when trying to weigh how the revenues are influencing the different rate classes with regards to the principles. It doesn't discredit the principles, in my opinion. It's still four admirable principles that we would support be upheld to the greatest extent that they can with every general rate case. But when balancing, you may put yourself in a situation where it might not be attainable. Take, for instance, in the Duke Energy Progress case, where one of the rate principles of ours is no more than 2 percentage points higher than the NC retail rate of return. Because of the shift in the cost of service, that impacted that ability to play nicely with that principle. And so the expectation is that in the next case, as long as the same cost of service is applied, it should have a better representation of being able to adhere to that principle.
No further questions. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner questions? Seeing none, Mr. Williamson, you may step down for now. Thank you for your testimony this afternoon. We
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Do you have a motion, Mr. Felling?
Commissioner Duffley, Mr. Williamson did not have any exhibits with his testimony.
Okay, thank you. I just couldn't remember.
Yes, thank you.
Ms. Cress?
Yes, thank you. SIGFR 3 would move admission of its D. Williamson Direct Cross Exhibits 1, 2, and 3.
Without objection, that motion is allowed.
Thank you.
Mr. Lucas, do you have a name card?
No, I don't. But I'm the only one who had too much, but I did. Okay, great.
Okay, thank you. If you could place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will provide this afternoon is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes.
All right, one moment. Please state your name, position, and business address for the record.
My name is Jay Lucas. I am the manager of Rates and Energy Services in the Energy Division of the Public Staff. My address is 430 North Salisbury Street, Raleigh, North Carolina.
Did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket on July 19th, 2023, direct testimony and question and answer form consisting of 48 pages, 1 appendix, and 9 exhibits?
Yes,
And on August 29th, 2023, did you cause to be filed a summary of your direct testimony?
yes,
If I were to ask you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
yes,
All right, Commissioner Duffley, I request that Mr. Lucas's pre-filed direct testimony and summary of his direct testimony be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand, and his exhibits be marked for identification as pre-filed.
The direct testimony of witness Lucas filed on July 19th, 2023, consisting of 48 pages, 1 appendix, and will be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand. The 9 exhibits will be marked for identification as pre-filed. And the summary of his testimony will be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you. The witness is available for cross-examination and commission questions.
Ms. Kress?
Thank you, Commissioner Duffley. Good afternoon, Mr. Lucas.
good afternoon.
If you could, please, sir, turn with me to SIGFR 3, Potential Cross-Examination Exhibit 52.
Yes,
And Commissioner Duffley, this exhibit has already been entered into the record as SIGFR 3, McLawhorn, Metz, and Nader Direct Cross-Examination Exhibit number 1.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lucas, if you could turn with me, please, sir, to the fourth page of this exhibit, which should be page 53 of this volume 20 transcript from the DEP rate case.
Yes.
And beginning at line 17, you were asked a question. Mr. Lucas, the equal percentage method has been in place as the approved fuel and fuel-related cost allocation methodology for DEP continuously since 2008. Is that correct? To which you responded, quote, "That's correct, but that had to change because of House Bill 951 and the requirement to eliminate cross subsidies." Do you stand by that testimony as you sit here today?
No, I had one word, misspoke. I used the word eliminate. Should have used the word minimize, and that's what's in the law.
If you could please turn with me to page 31 of that document. Which would be page 80 of the transcript excerpt.
I'm there.
Beginning at line 12, you were asked another question. Quote, "Okay, so just to make sure I understand your position, the public staff is proposing an alternative allocation in fuel rates that would eliminate what it contends to be the alleged interclass cross-subsidy in fuel rates. Is that right?" To which you responded, quote, "That's correct. And we have to now because of House Bill 951, and that requires us to set rates based on cost causation principles." Do you stand by this testimony as you sit here today?
Yes.
If you could next turn with me to page 42.
Oh, wait a minute. There is that, wait a second. There is that one word eliminate. That should be minimized. I'm sorry.
So you misspoke twice.
No, that's just your words. You use the word eliminate. This next part, yeah, I guess I did misspeak. I said that's correct. So yeah, the word eliminate should not be there. That's not because the law says minimize.
Okay, if you could turn with me, please, to page 42, which would be transcript page 91. So you were asked a question. Oh, let me let you get there.
What page again, please?
Yes. Page 42 of the document you have in front of you, but it's labeled page 91 of the transcript. Beginning at line 2, you were asked a question, quote, "Well, you're testifying pretty confidently that this alleged cross-subsidy should be eliminated with respect to the fuel rider, but is it your testimony that that same cross-subsidy should not be eliminated in base rates?" To which you responded, "That's my testimony. I'm not saying it should or should not be. I'm not making a statement about anything else in base rates other than this equal percentage fuel adjustment." Do you stand by this testimony as you sit here today?
I'm saying, yeah, stand by that because I say it is your testimony that the same cross subsidy should not be eliminated in base rates. That second part, that's the part I'm saying my testimony is not commenting on. I said earlier, my testimony was not about other components of the base rates.
So the answer is yes, you stand by this testimony.
No, that second part of your question.
Please tell me which part of this testimony, if at all, do you still stand by as we sit here today?
The first part eliminated with respect to the fuel rider.
So then you do believe that interclass cross subsidies should be eliminated?
With respect to the fuel rider, that's my testimony. And with regard to equal percentage fuel adjustments.
So then you didn't misspeak then the last two excerpts that you were asked about, because that is still your testimony as we sit here today. Is that right?
Yeah, because my answer is that's my testimony. I'm not saying it should or should not be. I'm not making a statement about anything else in base rates other than this equal percentage fuel adjustment. I stand by that.
So then you still believe, as we sit here today, that the interclass cross subsidy that the public staff alleges is present in the fuel rider should be eliminated as required by House Bill 951.
With regard to equal percentage fuel adjustments.
Okay, if you could turn with me, please, to page 53 of this document, which is going to be transcript page 102.
I'm there.
Okay, beginning at line 22, you were asked, because it's a single issue here. Got it. So, to your knowledge, has the public staff at any time before now challenged account equal percentage method in any DEP rate case or any DEP annual fuel rider proceeding? To which you answered, quote, no. It became accepted practice for a while, but now we have House Bill 951 that says we're going to elimination of cross subsidies. So that's what I've done in my testimony. Do you stand by this testimony as you sit here today?
Now, right there also, I should have said minimize instead of elimination.
Do you understand that that's a material change in your testimony from the DEP rate case?
Yes, but this really didn't cause any confusion in the commission's order in that DEP case. It justified its decision based on minimizing cross subsidies. I don't think it created any confusion.
But you didn't say minimize, did you? You said eliminate.
Yes, but that, in my direct testimony, I had it correct. This time I did use the wrong word, but I don't think it created any confusion for anyone.
If you could, please, sir, turn with me to what's been pre-marked as SIG for 2 potential cross exhibit number 19.
Ms. Kress, do we need to identify this document?
Yes, thank you. If I could please have this marked as SIG for 3 Lucas Direct Cross Exhibit number 1.
It will be so marked.
Thank you.
I'm there.
Thank you. And this sub 929 settlement was approved by this commission, correct?
I can't remember exactly what the commission's order said on this.
Is it your understanding that the equal percentage method of allocating fuel costs originated from the settlement agreement that you have before you?
As far as the commission's approval, I mean, we were discussing equal percentage throughout the rate case. I don't quite understand your question. Could you repeat it, please?
Do you know where the equal percentage method originated from?
It was brought about in 2008 from DEP's fuel case back at that time.
And so would the document you have in front of you be the 2008 DEP fuel case and a settlement agreement in that case?
I'm sorry, say that again, please.
You're referencing the 2008 fuel case, correct?
Yes.
Do you have a stipulation in front of you from that case?
No, not right here. This is exhibit 19. Let's see. Trying to see what the, oh, here we go. It is two. I had to find the date first. I'm sorry. Here it is.
So
this is comprehensive settlement agreement is entered to on this 3rd day of September 2008.
And is it your understanding that this settlement agreement is where the equal percentage methodology originated from with respect to Duke Energy?
Yeah, I believe it is, yes.
Great, thank you. Mr. Lucas, fuel costs are considered pass-through costs as they are passed on to customers on a dollar-for-dollar basis and do not include a return component. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the rate tariffs for DEC include a base fuel component and a separate fuel adjustment charge. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Lucas, can you please speak to whether the public staff has any recommendations about voltage differentiated fuel rates?
In this, are you talking about in this current case?
Correct.
Yeah. Public staff recommended that voltage differentiation be taken out of base rates and placed into the fuel rider, so the fuel proceeding.
And what is the rationale behind that recommendation?
Two reasons. It makes voltage differentiation more visible for the public staff to review it in a fuel case. Also, it would be adjusted every year instead of only during a general rate case. We'd go in a general rate case, we'd have 3 or 4 years of the same voltage differentiation. But putting in the fuel proceeding makes us adjust it every year.
And when did the equal percentage methodology become the cost allocation method for DEC?
2012.
And has it been in place continuously since that time?
To my knowledge, it has been.
And the public staff is now, for the first time in this rate case, recommending what with respect to the cost allocation methodology for fuel and fuel-related costs?
Yeah, we have to now because we have to minimize these cross subsidies per House Bill 951.
And so what is the recommendation the public staff is making?
Oh, to eliminate equal percentage fuel adjustments.
And so your testimony is consistent from the DEP rate case with respect to the impetus behind the public staff's change in position as it pertains to this cost allocation methodology?
Yeah, there are a lot of similarities. The two cases aren't identical, but it's basically the same reasoning.
Commissioner Duffley, we would request that the commission take judicial notice of North Carolina General Statute, Chapter 62-133.2 and Commission Rule R8-55.
The commission will take judicial notice.
Thank you. Mr. Lucas, are capacity costs and transmission costs associated with purchase power recovered through the fuel rider?
Give me a moment, I have to look at that general statute myself. Yes, capacity costs are part of the fuel rider.
You would agree with, I'm sorry,
No,
were you still?
look, just let me find that transmission component you asked about. Yeah. Total delivered non-capacity related costs, including all related transmission charges.
Would you agree with me that capacity costs and transmission costs are capital costs and not fuel costs?
Well, no, the law, no, that's not correct. The law here says, and this is 62-133.2A1, Section 4, it says the total delivered non-capacity related costs, including all related transmission charges of all purchases of electric power by the electric public utility that are subject to economic dispatch or economic curtailment. So the law specifically says non-capacity.
And what is your understanding about when that law took effect?
This particular portion might have been in SB 3 2007. I have to look out because the law first came out in 1982. I have to find exactly when that specific change occurred. I can look that up if you want me to take the time to do so.
Would you agree, subject to check, that that change occurred in 2007?
I'll agree, subject to check.
And so that would be the year before the equal percentage methodology first came to be for Duke Energy.
That's correct.
What is your understanding, if any, about whether those two things were related?
I don't think they were related.
What are you basing that opinion on?
Well, the equal percentage fuel adjustment was because of the economic conditions at the time. And also it was part of a settlement where we had a large fuel rate increase that we settled on. We decided to spread those costs over 3 years. I mean, this law came out beforehand. I don't think equal percentage was attached to transmission charges or capacity charges.
The equal percentage method first came to be in 2008, which would have been right after Senate Bill 3 was enacted into law, correct?
Well, the total fuel rates that went into effect 2008 did include everything in this law. But that's not why we did equal percentage fuel adjustments. I mean, yeah, this law affected the fuel rates in that case and every case afterward. I mean, there's an effect of everything that's in this law and the fuel rates.
And were you personally involved in the fuel rider proceeding back in 2008?
No,
Have you ever been involved in a Duke Energy Progress or Carolinas fuel rider proceeding?
yes, my first one was in 2012.
And how many have you been involved with in the last, let's say, decade?
I can't get on several of them, lots of them, a lot of them.
Okay. So in 2012 would be your first interaction with the equal percentage method?
Yes.
Did you have any concerns with that methodology at that time?
No, justified it, like I said, in 2008, because of the Great Recession. Also has some lingering effects. So we implemented it in 2012, and it also become an accepted practice at the time. But then we had House Bill 951 that required us to minimize these cross subsidies. So that's why we address it here in this general rate case.
If if DEC purchases solar power, it's allocated on an energy basis and recovered through the fuel rider. Is that correct?
Yes, it's on an energy basis.
Would you agree that a solar developer incurs capital costs when constructing a solar facility?
Yes,
Would you agree that a solar developer has a purchase power agreement with the utility for that solar facility and receives capital cost recovery through an energy charge paid by the utility under that PPA?
yes, it does. But it sort of creates a savings for Duke Energy's customer. If Duke Energy were to build that solar facility itself, it would get the capital cost plus a return.
Would you agree that the utility then passes those energy charges paid to the solar developer for the solar facility's output onto its customers through the fuel rider?
That's correct. And those customers are getting energy to meet their needs from that solar facility.
Do you consider energy generated by a solar energy facility to be fuel?
It's not fuel, but it's a fuel-related cost according to state law.
Which became law in 2007, as we've discussed, correct?
Well, I can't remember exactly what the law said in 1982, but certainly what came out in 2007 definitely said fuel-related costs.
Okay, so to answer the question then, yes, you consider it fuel.
Said this last time, I don't consider solar energy itself to be the fuel. The fuel is sunlight.
So you consider sunlight to be fuel?
Yes, it's photons coming from the sun, hit a solar panel, they push electrons to the grid that the customers use.
Do you acknowledge anywhere in your testimony filed in this case or your accompanying exhibits that there are several cost categories recovered through the fuel rider that do not vary by kilowatt hours consumed?
I'm sorry, there are lots of categories here. Give me a moment, please. There's this last piece, and here I'm talking about General Statute 62-133.2A1. It's got 11 categories, and I looked at the first 10, and they are all directly related to energy consumed. There's number 11, all non-administrative costs related to the renewable energy procurement pursuant to GS 62-159.2, not recovered from the program participants. I can't remember exactly right now. 159.2. Okay, here we go. That's competitive procurement of renewable energy. I'd have to say everything here in A1 is directly related to energy consumption.
So then is it your testimony that everything recovered through the fuel rider does vary by kilowatt hours consumed?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear Mr. McLawhorn testify in the DEP rate case?
Yes.
Okay. Was there anything in that testimony that you disagreed with?
I can't remember.
You can't remember. Would you agree that non-fuel components of costs recovered through the fuel rider are going to increase as we get closer and closer to 2030 through the carbon plan implementation?
Sorry, say your question again, please.
Do you agree that the non-fuel component of costs recovered through the fuel rider is going to increase as we get closer to 2030 with carbon plan implementation?
Non-fuel costs, but fuel-related costs. Yeah, fuel-related costs will increase.
Okay, so you're calling them fuel-related, I'm calling them non-fuel, but we can agree that those costs are going to increase in proportion to the total fuel costs recovered through the fuel rider as we get closer to 2030. Is that fair?
Yeah, because we're expecting customers to consume more energy. For example, solar energy, the fuel's free. So that could put downward pressure on costs, but if electrification of cars, electrification of heating buildings could increase costs, but that's more energy going into the grid that customers are using.
Okay. Is it the public staff's position that industrial customers who are already subsidizing other classes of customers in base rates should bear the brunt of carbon plan implementation by paying for new renewable energy capacity on a per kilowatt hour basis through the fuel rider?
Well, you've got a statement mixed in. That first part was really a statement. If industrial customers are using the energy, they need to pay for that energy. And if that energy's if energy happens to be more expensive, the industrial customers and all customers have to pay that cost.
And so it sounds like the answer to my question then is yes, that's the public staff's position.
Yes, if there's cost, well, it'll be on to all. The answer is yes, but increase of cost of energy affect all customers classes. So do decreases in cost of energy also affect all customer classes.
And it's your testimony, is it not, that the equal percentage method shifts costs from the large industrial classes of customers to other customer classes, correct?
It could, or it could be the other way. It could shift costs to residential customers, or it can shift costs to industrial customers. It depends on the variability in the fuel rates. Other things, when we're trying to set rates, we're trying to make a prediction. We're trying to predict what fuels are going to cost. We're trying to predict how much energy various classes consume. So it can go either way. It can shift costs in either directions to large users or small users.
So you may have anticipated my next question, which is, isn't it true that that shift, as to use your word, is symmetrical over time because it can shift both ways depending on the mechanisms?
No, it's definitely not symmetrical. If you look at gas prices over the past 20 years, they're erratic. They can go low and stay low. There's no perfect symmetry in the fuel costs going up and down. We never true up the equal percentage adjustment.
But it's true, is it not, that in years when there is a decrease in the fuel adjustment charge, more of that decrease flows back to residential customers than it does to industrial customers?
I'm sorry, say your question again, please.
It's true, is it not, that in years when the fuel adjustment charge decreases, more of that decrease flows back to residential customers rather than industrial ones?
That's typically the trend, but there's so many variables. It's hard to say for sure, but generally I agree. That's the trend we have seen.
Thank you. Would you agree with me that before supply chain issues arising during COVID and the war in Europe, that fuel costs were going down?
Fuel costs pretty much stayed stable. They stayed very stable for 11 years, really. I'm looking at natural gas prices, Henry Hub prices. From early 2010 to early 2021, natural gas prices at Henry Hub never got over $5. Just only in 1 month. So what we've seen lately is from that point in early 2021, let's see, till late 2022, gas prices did go up sharply, but now they've also gone down sharply since late 2022. That goes back to the erratic nature that I've talked about.
And so let's talk about that period between 2020 and 2022. What happened then?
Well, gas prices were fairly low in 2020. It was right from early 2021 that they accelerated greatly, and it peaked in August of 2022 at $8.81 per decatherm.
Thank you. Would you agree with me that the equal percentage method helps to smooth out annual rate impacts to non-residential customers stemming from volatile fuel prices?
It can smooth them out, but when it does, it results in a cost shift, an unfair cost shift to residential customers. They're having to pick up that lack of payment from the industrial customers that are created by equal percentage adjustments.
Would you agree with me that the equal percentage method helps to mitigate the risk of rate shock?
No, because if you saw in the DEP case, DEP customers had a large fuel increase and it was exacerbated by the cost shift. DEP had a large increase in fuel costs, and because of the equal percentage, industrial customers actually got a rate decrease. That's the kind of distortion we saw in DEP.
And we are here for the DEC rate case, correct?
Yes, but see, I have an example of what can happen. I know we're taking a snapshot of 1 year, but we have to deal with other years too.
Has the public staff done any analysis to quantify what the rate impact will be to non-residential customers as a result of the shift away from equal percentage method?
No, we haven't.
So how can the public staff say whether or not non-residential customers will be more at risk for rate shock as a result of this change in methodology?
Well, it sets all customers at risk for rate changes. I wouldn't say rate shock. I don't, could be increases or decreases depending on the direction of fuel prices.
But you just testified that the public staff hasn't done any analysis to quantify the impact, correct?
Well, we looked at past changes. And so we get an example of what could happen, but I haven't predicted the future yet. I haven't said what's going to happen in the future.
So then you can't say, as you sit here today, whether or not non-residential customers may experience rate shock as a result of this change in cost allocation methodology.
Well, depends on how you define rate shock. How do you define rate shock?
You are the one on the witness stand, so the question is to you. You can't testify, as we sit here today, whether or not non-residential customers may experience rate shock as a result of this change in methodology.
Well, rate shocks can be a matter of opinion. Some people say, well, we expect fuel prices to go up. Some customers may be shocked by it. Some customers say they're expecting it and we're ready for it. I can't say how customers are going to react when fuel prices increase greatly.
So rate shock is subjective, is what I'm hearing.
Yes.
And it's possible, is it not, that non-residential customers could indeed experience rate shock as a result of this change?
If they say, well, gosh, we didn't expect any great fuel increases, this is shocking us. I mean, they could say, yeah, we have rate shock. Other customer could say, yeah, we understand prices are volatile and we've been monitoring the market and we expect prices to go up. So it's not a shock to us.
And you heard your colleague, Mr. Williamson's testimony regarding the public staff's rate design principles.
Yes.
And you understand that one of the public staff's purported goals is to help customers avoid rate shock. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
But helping them avoid it doesn't necessarily change the customer's opinion.
And does the public staff pay attention to rate shock risks for all classes of customers, or is it just one or a few customer classes?
And Mr. Lucas, can you pull the mic a little bit closer? Some people are having trouble hearing you in the back.
I'm sorry, say your question, please.
Is the public staff concerned by the risk of rate shock as it relates to all customer classes, or is that concern limited to just one or two customer classes?
It's for all customer classes.
So then the public staff is also concerned about the risk of rate shock to non-residential customers?
Yes, yes.
Just not as it relates to the change in equal percentage methodology?
We're concerned about it, but we have to recognize the fact that if customers use the energy, they cause the fuel to be burned, and they have to help pay their fair share of the fuel, even if it's expensive, even if they think it's rate shock.
And does that assessment apply also to the company's residential customers,
Yes.
regardless of what their income levels are?
Well, we have an affordability collaborative. I haven't been involved with it. I can't tell exactly how. I can't tell you what the public staff's recommendations are in the affordability collaborative.
No further questions.
Okay, it's time for our afternoon break. Why don't we come back at 3:40? Go off the record. record. So, Mr. Lucas, I have a few questions for you, as well as staff questions.
Excuse me.
Sorry, I missed redirect.
Thank you.
Thank you. Many apologies.
Robert Jesse with the public staff. Mr. Lucas, you and Ms. Kress spoke about the equal percentage method and the public staff's position on that in this case. And is it your understanding that 951 requires that the commission minimize cross subsidies to the greatest extent possible?
Yes,
And is the equal percentage method the only mechanism in place that creates cross subsidy in customer rates?
no, there are others.
Okay. And so 951 is speaking generally of cross subsidies, not specifically of the equal percentage method, correct?
That's correct.
And would you agree that eliminating the equal percentage method would help reduce cross subsidization?
Yes,
And would it completely eliminate all cross subsidization?
no,
But it would help minimize cross subsidies to the greatest extent possible.
yes.
And to your knowledge, is there any law that requires the equal percentage method to be included in the calculation of fuel rates?
No,
Is there any commission rule that requires the equal percentage method to be included in the calculation of fuel rates?
no,
Is it your understanding that there is an assumption that the non-fuel related cost included in the fuel rider, once they increase, if they increase due to the implementation of 951, that the assumption is that the fossil fuel related cost will then decrease?
that's correct.
And so just to be absolutely clear, what is the public staff's position as to the equal percentage method in this case?
We want that to be eliminated, so that we will comply with House Bill 951 to minimize cross subsidies.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you. So, I have a few questions. And my questions are going to be about the Lincoln CT.
Okay.
And I wanted to talk with you about the settled issues. I know is a lot of confidential information, so I believe that the questions that have been crafted do not go into confidential information, but please, everyone, if you hear confidential information, please alert me. And Mr. Lucas, if you could, when you're answering the questions, avoid confidential information.
I will.
So, you testified in your direct testimony when you were talking about the Lincoln CT that DEC would still have a roughly 21%, 20.76% reserve margin for winter of 2024, as opposed to if there was the Lincoln CT was in service, a 23.06% reserve margin. And I wanted to talk to you about this because of Winter Storm Elliott and reliability. And do you feel that this 20.76% reserve margin is sufficient, or how does the settlement deal with this issue that I'm concerned about?
We think that reserve margin of 20.76 is adequate. We've been planning and working, and Duke Energy, DEC has been planning to not have this unit under DEC's control until December 1st of 2024. We've planned the system without it, and we recommend that the commission not let DEC take full control of it on January 1st of 2024. We think the commission, we think the system has sufficient capacity without this Lincoln CT 17.
Okay. And then in light of your settlement agreement with DEC regarding the Lincoln CT in-service date, please explain what benefits the public staff believes customers will receive as a result of the stipulated earlier November 2024 in-service date.
That benefit would not be large. They're just taking possession of it 1 month early. And that was part of the give and take of other items we discussed in the settlement. It'd be not likely that DEC would have a peak demand during November. So we think the benefit customers was minimal, but it helped us arrive at the settlement, which we think the total settlement was a benefit to customers.
And what is the amount of cost that it is being removed, moving it from January 24 to November 24?
There would be some costs of having a capital asset in place 1 month early. I don't have that calculations. I can make that a late filed exhibit, but we don't anticipate just taking that unit 1 month early as a great effect on capital costs for Duke Energy.
Actually, I'm talking about in your testimony, remember you had a total amount of changing the proposed in-service date of January 2024. They were moving it up. And so the removal of cost, moving it from January 1st, 2024 to November 1st, 2024.
I mean, I had an in-service cost. This was page 30, lines 7 and 8 of my testimony.
And make sure it's not confidential.
Yeah, that's what I'm checking this. That's not confidential. The current estimated in-service cost, including transmission, is $172 million. I mean, we can go back and do the math. I don't anticipate moving it up 1 month early would change that $172 million figure much, but I can make that a late filed exhibit.
Okay, and then this is a question regarding the confidential briefing regarding the CT. One of, and this is confidential information, one of the issues in your direct testimony, I believe, was addressed in that confidential briefing. And let me just read you the specific question. Was DEC's confidential public staff briefing and its confidential testimony regarding the Lincoln CT, which DEC claims you did not address, not sufficient to address your concerns? And a yes or no answer will keep us from going into confidential session.
I'm sorry, say the first part of your question.
Sure. Was DEC's confidential public staff briefing and its confidential testimony regarding the Lincoln CT, which DEC claims you did not address, not sufficient to address your concerns?
Oh, that was definitely, that did not address our concerns.
So it's
at the
no.
time.
Go ahead.
At the time I filed this direct testimony. But
Okay.
in settlement, Duke has pushed that in-service date. It's requested in-service date from January 1st to November 1st. That did allay our concerns enough to agree to that in the settlement.
So can you turn to your confidential direct testimony? This
Yes.
might help. And if you could go to page 32. And
Okay.
then don't read it aloud, but if you could read to yourself lines 7 through 11.
Okay.
Was that concern information that you received in the confidential briefing, did that allay that concern?
The confidential, yeah, briefing did not allay that concern. It was only the settlement that allayed our concern.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Any other? Okay, questions on commission questions?
Just briefly.
Mr. Drack?
So just to follow up on the questions about Lincoln CT, just so the record's clear, you referenced the total capital cost for Lincoln Unit 17, correct? When you referenced the,
Yes.
so, and to be clear for the record, in terms of the revenue requirement impact on this case, we're talking about the revenue requirement associated with the 172 million is a lot smaller. The annual revenue requirement is not $172 million, correct?
No, that was total in-service cost.
Right.
And like I said, that's page 30, lines 7 and 8.
Okay. And so what is reflected in the stipulation is an agreed upon in-service date of 11/1/24 for that, correct?
Yes.
And so for purposes of the MYRP revenue requirement for that year, it would just reflect the 1 month worth of expense for that $172 million investment, correct?
Well, under the settlement, it'd be 2 months, November.
2 months, thank you.
November and December of 2024.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, Mr. Lucas, thank you for your testimony today. We appreciate it, and you are excused. Okay, we're gonna take just a quick 5-minute break, and everyone stay in their seats. Do not move. Due to the unavailability of some of the public witness staff's witnesses, we're going to take witnesses out of order. We'll take all of the public witness testimony, the excused witness testimony when all of the public staff witnesses have testified. So we're going to move on to the next witness that is here today, which is Ms. Bowman.
And briefly, Commissioner
Yes.
Duffy, if I may, before we do that, we had two quick procedural requests. There are two additional DEC witnesses for whom we would move to be excused. For both of these witnesses, we have confirmed with all parties and no party has indicated any objection to these witnesses being excused. The two witnesses we would move for excusal would be DEC witness on rebuttal, Donna Council, and DEC witness Leslie Quick. She will be appearing on the rebuttal panel. We're asking that her appearance for her additional rebuttal testimony be waived to save time of having her appear again.
And without objection, your motion is allowed.
Thank you very much. With that aside, at this time, we would call to the witness stand Ms. Kendall Bowman on rebuttal.
Ms. Bowman, before we move on with you, I believe we have some exhibits from Lucas that we need to move.
Apologize for that. The public staff would move public staff witness Lucas exhibits 1 through 9, I believe. Into the
That is correct.
including confidential information.
Without objection, your motion is allowed.
And SIGFR 3 would move into the record. It's Lucas Direct Cross Exhibit number 1, please.
Without objection, that motion is allowed.
Thank you. And Commissioner Duffy, did you want interveners to move admission of their witnesses' testimony at the same time that the public staff does?
Correct.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bowman. If you could, place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will give this afternoon is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Ms. Bowman, would you once again please state your name and business address for the record?
Kendall C. Bowman, business address is 410 South Wilmington Street, Raleigh, North Carolina.
Thank you. And on August 4th, 2023, did you cause to be pre-filed rebuttal testimony consisting of 26 pages?
Yes,
Do you have any changes or corrections to make to your pre-filed rebuttal testimony at this time?
I do not.
If I were to ask you the same questions today under oath, would your answers be the same as are set forth in that pre-filed testimony?
Yes,
Commissioner Duffy, at this time, I would ask that Ms. Bowman's pre-filed rebuttal testimony be entered into the record as if given orally here today.
The rebuttal testimony of Kendall Bowman filed on August 4th, 2023, consisting of 26 pages, will be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand. The one exhibit will be marked for identification as pre-filed.
Thank you very much. And with that aside, Ms. Bowman is available for cross-examination. Oh, I apologize. I skipped the summary.
I was about to ask you about
My
that.
apologies. Ms. Bowman, did you also have a summary of your rebuttal testimony that you prepared and caused to be pre-filed in this docket on August 24th, 2023?
yes, I did.
With that, Commissioner Duffy, I would move that Ms. Bowman's summary testimony be entered into the record.
The summary will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you. Ms. Bowman is now available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Bowman. If you could please turn with me to SIGFR 3 Redirect Examination Exhibit number 63. It should be in the same binder as are potential cross exhibits.
Number 63.
Yes, ma'am. And Commissioner Duffley, SIG for 3 would request that this exhibit be marked SIG for 3 Bowman rebuttal cross exhibit number 1.
It shall be so marked.
Thank you.
And if you wouldn't mind, before proceeding, we're still getting our hands on our version.
Absolutely. Are you ready?
Yes, thank you.
Great. Ms. Bowman, you testify in your rebuttal testimony about some of the company's economic development wins. Is that a fair characterization?
I reference the wins for the state of North Carolina and Duke Energy's involvement.
Thank you. And what you have before you, which has been marked as SIG for 3 Bowman rebuttal cross-examination exhibit number 1, is DEC's response to data request 2-13 from SIG for 3 pertaining to potential industrial facility closures. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what this data request says.
And the company, according to this response, is aware of potential or pending demand reductions for 5 industrial facilities in 2023. Is that correct?
According to this, yes.
Do you have any reason to believe that that number has changed since this response was shared?
I have no reason to believe I did not prepare this data response.
Understood. Thanks. So in addition to the economic development piece of your rebuttal testimony, you also testify about affordability concerns of the company's customers, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you have previously testified both in this rate case and in the DEP rate case that one of the things the company is doing to help alleviate some of the concerns of industrial customers specifically regarding affordability is continuation of the equal percentage allocation methodology for fuel and fuel-related costs. Is that correct?
That is correct. And just as we did in the DEP case, in this DEC case, we are assuming the continuation of that equal percentage plan.
Thank you. If you could please turn with me to SIG for 3 potential redirect examination exhibit 61. And
Many apologies.
I apologize. SIG for 3 would request that its potential redirect examination exhibit 61 be marked as SIG for 3 Bowman rebuttal cross exhibit number 2, please.
It'll be so marked.
Thank you. Ms. Bowman, this data request from SIG for 3 to DEC asks that the company please confirm that the increment or decrement rider authorized by General Statute 62 should be 133.2 is a cost recovery mechanism that operates independently and is considered separately from riders or other cost recovery mechanisms authorized by the PBR statute. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the company's response to that request is that the rider does in fact operate independently and is considered separately from riders or other cost recovery mechanisms authorized by the PBR statute.
That is correct. That's what it says.
Do you agree with this response?
I do.
Thank you. No further questions.
Redirect?
Just very briefly, you were shown a copy of data request 213. Was it related to industrial facility closures? Do you recall that, Ms.
I
Bell?
do.
And just to be clear, the data request does not provide any information whatsoever regarding the causes for the closures in question, correct?
That is correct.
No further questions.
Commissioner questions? Okay, thank you, Ms. Bowman. Are you going to stay in the middle?
I think I'm staying.
Wait, we do have one
sorry.
question.
Just one for you. You were in the room, I think, when public staff when Mr. McLaughlin and Metz were on the stand earlier today. And I,
Part of the time.
okay, asked some questions about the process y'all used for this case. And I said I was going to come back to Ms. Bateman, but while we've got you here, I might ask you the sort of the same questions that I directed toward the public staff. Obviously, we want the company and the public staff to work through the case as much as possible, reach consensus where it's possible to do so. And I heard Mr. McLaughlin indicate that y'all, and Mr. Metz, that y'all were working on a standardization process that you had used in the past for previous rate cases. You're adapting it to this new paradigm. Did I understand that testimony correctly, and do you agree with it?
That is correct. We are trying to work together to figure out how we can do better documentation to ease the audit process going forward.
Okay, so are you hopeful that you all are going to be able to land on a process that works for everybody so that the next time around, and even, as we move through this particular case, to the extent it's approved and we're doing reviews on an annual basis, y'all will be in a better position going forward?
We certainly hope so. That is the plan.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
And Commissioner Duffley, I do have a motion.
Okay, first, let's go through the procedure. Questions on commission questions?
No questions. Thank you.
So, Ms. Bowman, please stay where you are. But you're stepping down from that one and come back up on the panel. Yes, Ms. Kress?
Yes, thank you. SIG for 3 would move its Bowman rebuttal cross exhibits 1 and 2 into the record, please.
Without objection, that motion is allowed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Duffley. At this time, DEC would call the panel, call the witness stand on rebuttal, the COVID panel comprised of Ms. Kendall Bowman, Ms. Leslie Quick, Ms. Melissa Abernathy, and Mr. Nick Spiros.
And Commissioner Duffley, while the panel's getting seated, once again, Brandon Marzo with the firm of Troutman Pepper. I'll be handling the direct of this panel.
Mr. Spiros, are you going to share Ms. Abernathy's? Okay.
So
Please place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you will provide this afternoon will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do. That would make a great selfie. Ms. Bowman, once again, hopefully for last time, please state your name and business address for the record.
Kendall C. Bowman, business address 410 South Wilmington Street, Raleigh, North Carolina.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Duke Energy, and I'm the North Carolina State President.
Ms. Quick, could you also please state your name and business address for the record?
Leslie Quick, 525 South Tryon, Charlotte, North Carolina.
And by whom are you employed in what capacity?
Duke Energy is the VP of Customer Technology, Advocacy, Regulatory, and Business Support.
Thank you, Ms. Quick. Ms. Abernathy, please state your name and business address for the record.
Melissa Abernathy, 525 South Tryon Street, Charlotte, North Carolina.
And by whom are you employed in what capacity?
Duke Energy Carolinas as a Director of Rates and Regulatory Planning.
Thank you. Mr. Spiros, could you also please state your name and business address for the record?
Yeah. Nicholas Spiros, 525 South Tryon Street, Charlotte, North Carolina.
And by whom are you employed in what capacity?
Duke Energy Business Services as Director of Accounting.
Ms. Bowman, Ms. Quick, and Ms. Abernathy, and Mr. Spiros, on August 4th of 2023, did you pre-file or cause to be pre-filed joint rebuttal testimony consisting of 51 pages?
Yes,
Does the panel have any corrections to the pre-filed rebuttal testimony?
we do not.
If I were to ask you the same panel questions today under oath, would your answers be the same as those set forth in your pre-filed rebuttal testimony?
Yes,
Commissioner Duffley, at this time, the company would ask that the COVID panel's pre-filed rebuttal testimony be entered into the record if given orally here today.
The rebuttal testimony of the COVID panel consisting of witness Bowman, witness Quick, witness Abernathy, and witness Spiros that was filed on August 4th, 2023, consisting of 51 pages, will be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you, Commissioner Duffley. Ms. Bowman, did the COVID panel also prepare a summary of its rebuttal testimony that was pre-filed on August 24th, 2023?
yes,
At this time, I'd ask that the COVID panel's summary be read into the record if given orally from the stand. Commissioner Duffley.
The COVID panel summary will be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you, Commissioner Duffley. Before I turn the panel over for cross-examination, Commissioner Duffley, I did have one item I wanted to raise with you and figure out how best to address it.
Please proceed.
During the commissioner questions to the panel of Sang Boswell, there was a question related to the continuation of the bad debt deferral. And I believe at that point in time, Ms. Boswell gave a recommendation that was not in her pre-filed testimony. What I would ask is that this panel be allowed to respond to that. I can ask direct questions if you would so provide me that leeway, or if you intended to ask some questions about it anyway, then I would just defer to the commission to ask those questions.
I'll actually allow you the leeway and you may ask those questions.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Duffley. Was the panel listening earlier when Public Staff Witness Boswell indicated that the public staff opposed the continuation of the deferral of bad debt expense?
Yes.
Okay. And I'll start with you, Ms. Abernathy. First, let me ask you, if the bad debt expense deferral were discontinued, what would be the impact to the test year of the bad debt expense?
So I explained this in our testimony on page 26, but if the deferral were not approved, we would need to increase the test year expenses by approximately 61 million to represent a level of 2022 bad debt expense.
Thank you, Ms. Abernathy. Mr. Spiros, Ms. Boswell gave a couple of reasons related to her concerns with the calculation of the bad debt deferral. One of those reasons that she included in her response to commissioner questions was the inclusion of South Carolina in the company's overall calculation of uncollectibles. Could you please respond to the concern that was raised by Ms. Boswell?
Sure, I can. As I stated in my direct testimony, as a result of governor's orders and the orders of this commission, the bad debt expense of the company drastically increased, and that was directly a result of those orders. So South Carolina being a factor in this isn't a factor in my opinion. We do use a system level of bad debt expense, and we use a North Carolina allocator. However, after hearing that earlier today, I did do some calculations to look at North Carolina specific bad debt expense, and we would actually need to increase the deferral, but it's not a material difference between where we're at.
Thank you, Mr. Spiros. Can you also respond to the concern that Ms. Boswell raised around the use of the SAP billing system as opposed to the legacy system for that calculation of the bad debt reserve?
I can, and actually in my COVID panel rebuttal testimony, I did address the new SAP billing system that was effective in April of 2021. As with any new system, new processes take place. There was very minimal changes. I discussed those at length on page, starting on bear with me a second, page 49 and 50 of the rebuttal panel's testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Spiros. Commissioner Duffley, that's all the direct I need to do to respond to that.
Okay, thank you. And it does not look like there's any cross commissioner questions for the panel. Commissioner Klopfelter.
Commissioner Duffley, with your permission, Mr. Spiros, I have a question for you that has nothing to do with COVID. But since you didn't appear on direct, and since the subject matter of my question came up in the cross-examination by Mr. Trathan of witness Bateman, and since I recall that you addressed that subject in the DEP case, and I think the record in this case needs to be complete on the question, I'm going to present the question to you. And it relates to some questioning Mr. Trathan did of Ms. Bateman on cross-examination, in which he questioned whether the hazard tree removal program qualified as a capital expenditure. And I recall that you gave an answer on that question in the DEP case. And as I recall it, your answer dealt with the fact that the items for which capital treatment was being sought in the multi-year rate plan under the hazard tree program related to the acquisition of additional rights of way. Do you recall that testimony?
I do recall that.
Can you again explain the portion of the hazard tree expenditures that is being proposed for capital expenditure treatment in this case? Just so we have the same record here as we had in DEP.
Yeah, I believe I referred to in that case the FERC accounting guidance, and you tested my memory on this one this time. It's FERC, it's part 101, item 10 of that FERC guidance. But essentially we're talking about the hazard trees that sit outside of the right of way. And there's an analogy made that it's essentially we're expanding the right of way, which is a capital addition.
And the portion of the expenditure to cut the tree down is not what's being sought for multi-year rate plan capital treatment here. It's the acquisition of additional right of way.
That was my understanding, yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
I just get clarification.
Commissioner Hughes.
I thought I heard you say that the actual cutting of the trees was considered to be the extension of the right of way. That you might not actually buy the right of way, but it was the cutting of the trees that was or is it the actual just land purchase, the right of way? I just didn't quite understand your response.
So I believe what it is it's in essence an expansion of the right of way. That instead of expanding the right of way, you have a right of way, it's 35 feet, 25 feet, whatever it might be, instead of expanding it to 50 feet, and you do that throughout the entire right of way. And you guys are getting outside of the accounting a little bit, but instead of doing that, you target specific areas and you remove those trees because it does protect the assets which are already in the existing right of way.
The trees you are cutting down aren't in your existing right of way. You don't have any right to cut them down unless you buy the right to cut them down.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Chair Mitchell.
Good afternoon. Just a few quick ones for you guys. Mostly just want some help kind of digging through the record here. Ms. Abernathy, can you point me to where in the record I can find a breakdown of the costs, COVID-related costs for which the company seeks recovery in this case at the most updated numbers?
Sure. They're on page 23 of our testimony. There's a table, and we have requested approximately $183 million.
Okay, page 23 of the
COVID panel rebuttal.
COVID panel rebuttal. Okay, let me get there. And those numbers are updated.
Yes, those are as of our third supplemental filing, and those are the most up-to-date numbers.
Hang on, I'm still getting there. Can you, so there was a discussion a moment ago about the bad debt, and you provided a response that, I just want to make sure I have that number correct. So I'm just going to ask it again. If you weren't allowed to defer, if the commission didn't allow a deferral of the bad debt going forward, how much would the revenue requirement? You indicated that the cost of service would increase, but what is the impact to the revenue requirement? Or I'm sorry, you indicated that the test year expense would increase.
Yes, the test year expense would go up by about 61 million.
61, and then if like how does that translate into revenue requirement?
I think it's pretty close to that, but I don't know the exact calculation right now.
Okay, that's okay. So 61 is what you said. Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm still getting to page 32. Okay, so can you help me understand what's the carrying cost the company seeks to recover in this case on the COVID-related monies that have been deferred?
So we have accrued carrying costs of about 23 million. That's what we've put into the deferral for COVID.
And that would be assuming what is the carrying cost you're assuming there with that number?
Those are carrying costs at our currently approved weighted average cost of capital from when we incurred the cost all the way up through rates effective in this.
So that's cost incurred up to this point in time. Okay.
Correct. And then we also requested that the regulatory asset be included in rate base in our proceeding. And then, so then it would be part of the rate base that we would use to calculate return.
Okay. Let's see, can you help me understand, I just want to hear directly from you, how long has the company carried this deferral?
I guess for nearly 3 years now. So starting in March of 2020, more than 3 years it would be. And then we would carry it until we fully recovered it. And so we proposed a 3-year recovery period.
Okay. Okay, there's been some discussion about call center costs. There's been some testimony given today too, and I just want to make sure the record is clear here. There's a line item here attributable to call center costs. I'm looking at it, says $4.6 million. Do you see the same thing there?
Yes, I see that in the table. Those were the incremental call center costs that we've incurred during this period.
Okay, and does that, can you explain, or one of you all explain to me what those costs are, and what do those costs relate to?
I think Ms. Quick might be best to explain those types of costs.
Yeah, so those were incremental costs we incurred because of COVID and what our customers were going through. So if you look at our call volume charts, they were actually, the volume of calls were going down when we weren't disconnecting. Customers didn't really need to call us. But when we started going back to normal practices and customers started calling us, the actual workload of our specialists increased. And you can see that in the charts and the testimony. And so workload is really a combination of volume multiplied by average handle time. And as you can imagine, when these customers were calling us, the situations they were in and us trying to connect them with agency assistance, et cetera, was taking a lot longer for us to complete the calls. So it's really the incremental call center costs related to returning to normal as our customers were kind of dealing with have to pay their bills, et cetera.
Okay, and when you say return to normal, I want to make sure I understand exactly what was going on then. I mean, at that point in time when customers are calling the call center for assistance, I mean, do I understand your testimony to be that you all were having to connect them with assistance Did I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, and then is that also the same point in time in which you were working out payment arrangements with those customers?
Yes.
And were those payment arrangements things that were ordered, that you were ordered or obligated to do because of a result of this commission's orders?
Yes.
Okay, and did it, just help me understand, because I've never served in a call center, but what is that like? I mean, what is the process of having to walk a customer through either payment arrangement or getting to assistance, connecting that customer with assistance?
All right. So in March of 2020, per the commission order and the executive order, governor's executive order, we suspended disconnects for non-payment. So and from March of 2020 until I guess it was November of 2020, customers were not up for disconnection. So they weren't receiving credit and collection notices. They may have not even been looking at their bill to understand how far they were in arrearages. And so what I call returning to normal operations is when we started disconnecting customers for non-payment in that November timeframe. And so when customers started receiving those notices, they were calling us to say, you know, I'm $500 in arrears. How can you help me? And so per the order, also the commission order, we were obligated to give customers at minimum a 12-month payment arrangement. And so it's working with those customers to help them understand what that payment arrangement looks like. So how a payment arrangement works is it's your current bill plus the 12 months or the arrearages divided by 12 added onto your current bill. And as you can imagine, that takes a lot longer to explain. So we were trying to help customers not only with the payment arrangements, but also trying to connect them with assistance at that same time. And I talked about the agency group who really partnered with the agencies to make sure customers were getting these funds as efficiently as possible. And I'll just add to that, we were able to get close to 88 million in assistance for our customers from really 2021 when we returned to normal to date.
And is that 88 million, is that DEC specific or is that?
DEC North Carolina specific.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Quick. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, I had just a really quick question. It's come up in a couple of your responses, but I'm not sure if you're involved in this aspect of it or not. But the you mentioned the repayment plans, and I think we're all trying to learn from what happened and all the different measures that we took. And I think this commission heard from a lot of interveners and a lot of people from across the country that repayment plans were a really great thing to do, or at least a least worst thing to do during a hard times. Have you done any analysis to see when the smoke cleared how those repayment plans fared for your customers? In other words, how many at the end of the day were able to fulfill those repayment plans? How many ended up being disconnected as soon as the disconnect started? Just what we can learn, because obviously these bad debt numbers are so troubling, you know, and I know that it's because customers were under so much duress, but it just doesn't sound like the repayment plans did that much.
Yeah, so I think that the payment plans help customers obviously to level out those arrearages that they have because of not being disconnected. I mean, they weren't receiving disconnection notices at all, and so they didn't realize necessarily how far they were getting into arrears. I will say what we do know as a company, the longer the payment arrangements are, the more likely a customer is to default on those payment arrangements. So while it may have helped many of our customers for 6 months, they may have not made it all the way through the 12-month payment arrangement. So I don't have the exact percentages of customers who defaulted on payment plans, but typically a customer is more successful when the payment plan is a little bit shorter versus the longer term payment plans, which led to some of the arrearages and bad debt.
Okay, and South Carolina, were you required to do the similar with repayment plans?
We did the 6-month payment plans in South Carolina. We did not expand it all the way up to the 12-month unless there were extenuating circumstances. We did that.
Thanks. That's it.
And I'll ask one follow-up on that. Did you find less of bad debt expense in South Carolina as compared to North Carolina with the shorter repayment plan?
I don't know if I have the stat for you. There was lower bad debt expense in South Carolina as compared to North Carolina, sir.
Okay.
I don't know specific to your question.
But that would,
And recall, South Carolina did not have a do not disconnect moratorium like North Carolina did.
Correct.
there was no executive order.
Okay. Thank you. Any more commissioner questions? Okay, questions on commissioner questions? Mr. Prathan?
Yes, if I may, Mr. Sparrows, sorry to drag you into talking about trees, but I have a few follow-up questions to Commissioner Clodfelter's questions. So you understand that Witness Guyton spoke to the hazard tree removal program?
I understand he spoke to this.
Okay. And you would defer to his description of what's included in that program, I would assume?
Certainly.
And have you read his testimony?
Have not, no.
Okay. So I guess I would direct the commission's attention to Exhibit 6 of his testimony, which describes the program. And he describes the purpose as identifying, taking down dead, structurally unsound, dying, diseased, leaning or otherwise defective trees from outside the maintained right-of-way that could strike electrical lines or equipment on the distribution system. Reliability is maintained or improved by minimizing eruptions from tree-caused outages. You willing to accept that subject to check?
Subject to check.
Okay, so it's a 2-page exhibit describing this program. I don't see anything in here about acquisition of right-of-way. And the purpose that I just read to you does not say anything about the acquisition of right-of-way. Did you hear anything alluding to that?
Not in what you stated, no.
Okay, so
Mr. Spears, please speak into the
Oh, I'm sorry.
just looking at Exhibit 1 to Ms. Abernathy's testimony, there's multiple pages here and multiple references to just the hazard tree removal program, but items 27 through 29 list about $36 million for the hazard tree removal program over 3 years of the term. Is it your testimony today that that 36 million is all for acquisition of right-of-way?
I don't know if I can answer that.
You just don't have any knowledge about what these numbers represent. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that.
Okay. Same thing for vegetation management. There's item 267, Abernathy Exhibit 1, $57 million listed for vegetation management. You have any opinion as to whether or not that's for acquisition of right-of-way associated with vegetation management?
Without taking a look at the details, I wouldn't be able to answer that here today.
Okay. And are you aware that the commission has historically treated vegetation management, including distribution hazard tree removal, as O&M expenses?
That sounds appropriate to me from an accounting perspective, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Further questions?
No redirect.
Okay, so thank you for your testimony this afternoon. We appreciate you coming in, and you may be excused.
Commissioner Duffley, if I may.
You may.
So Due to some of the witness shuffling and travel plans, we have run out of folks in the bullpen for today. From the company's perspective, we are having folks travel as we speak here to be here tomorrow to be available. But I sincerely apologize, but we do not have any other witnesses here available to appear at this time.
That is fine. I did want to talk a little bit about the schedule for tomorrow. To make everyone aware, you may want to tell some of your witnesses to return home. So we'll begin tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. and we'll run until 10:50, 10:55. Then we're going to break until 12:05. And then we will run until 2 p.m. and adjourn for the day.
Thank you. And we will have a number of additional witnesses, I believe public staff will have as well. On the off chance that we accelerate even further in terms of the schedule, there are 2 witnesses, I believe, who are scheduled to travel from even further distances and be here on Tuesday. But hopefully, I think we'll have sufficient witnesses to fill up the commission's time on Friday.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jirac. Are there any other matters before we adjourn for the day? Okay, we're adjourned for the day and we will reconvene at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow.